ngicela ukuthi ngimeme baba eMabunza asithandazele.
Ndathandaza egameni laJesu bekunene emagesini sithandaza egameni laJesu naseSwatini. Baba siyakubonga namhla ekuseni egameni laJesu ukuthi sosiphelele ithuba leli ukuthi sibe nalo mhlangano lona. Siyakucela Nkosi ukuthi usiside wende ukuthi lo mhlangano uhambe kahle. In fact, we also invite you to be part of it. So that Lord, we ask you also to give us wisdom to do everything kahle and to give us all the ideas that are necessary to carry out the environmental issues necessary to ensure ukuthi umhlaba wethu we are protected ngendlela Nkosi lofuna kukwendeke ngayo. Let the directors of this ceremony as well and everything else that will happen kuhambe kahle Nkosi egameni laJesu. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Bese singanikela.
Cha nami vele ngijwayele ukuthi nangibamba le microphone kusuke sekutawusha umucu but cabanga ukuthi ngisitawubuye siyibone leyo item leyo. Good morning everyone. Libito lami ngingimakaziwe ngokuhle ngwakandla ngamandla. I'm a power system controller at EEC and I'm very excited to welcome you all to the Earth Hour 2025 launch and symposium. With utmost respect, we acknowledge the presence of Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Longo Kela, and alongside him, his Principal Secretary, Magelindiwe Mbingo, the Managing Director of Eswatini Electricity Company, Mr. Ernest Mkonda, the UN Resident Coordinator, the esteemed Managing Directors and leaders, all distinguished representatives of our partners and stakeholders, media representatives, and valued guests joining us here and via Facebook and YouTube live stream.
It's a very good morning. Nginelithemba lokuthi sitawuba abantu labavuselana kahle hle ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi sisevule nema laptop ethu sisabatshela naka comms nasemsebenzini na HR uyabona ukuthi kubhanyata lilambu. Angiphinze ngithi good morning everybody and welcome to this 2025 symposium. Shayele intandla sonke nje sishayele intandla. Kwendeke kahle na uthi ubuka la eTulu vele kufulelwe ngatshani tindzaba letinjena tivame kucoca endlini kagogo
Kunjalo.
ya uyabona nje ukuthi kukanjani nalapha. My name is Mfundo Simelane aka Ndosho Benguni and I am truly honored to be part of this event and etawube kungithi ke baholi baleli hlelo banamhla ngidawucela ukuthi sivuselane nje siyade ema region ang4 phela lapha eSwatini banjani kaHoho eMbabane enhloko dolobha ninjani niba ngomsindo phela nivusele nje nani nibonakala nishaye netinkwela Mbabane nikhona la ndlini. Uyambona nje Mbabane Nkosi yami sebahle banjeya bafana nalandla ngamandla lapha eceleni kwami nemphathi namuhla babemkhonda kamboni ubaba the NCC uthi wagcina abonile ukuthi no uyambona ukuthi uyamjwayela lo muntu lona uyambona nje ukuthi nibahle nonke namuhla lapha but laba baseMbabane ke usheshe ubabone ngaloko ukuthi noma ungakhuzela uthi Zumbu umva Zumbu you too. Ukhona Shiselo Sikode sinamandla laba ngeke bahlale bangabi khona laba basale emcimbini bafana nebeetroot siyandvusela nani lubombo nani nikhona manzini nikhona yini nine lapha manzini shaya intandla pha nami ngichamuka khona nishaya netinkwela manzini niphamise intandla manzini bengathi ke vele uthi nilati inkweleni kakhulu. Manzini ngidawucela ke kithi sonke labangaseyo bamanzini nangabe kutawendeka ukuthi kulahleke licingo newallet niye kulaba cetha kushaya tandla bashaya inkwela nyalo Siyabati ke bamfu bakamanzini. It would be folly of me not to actually mention our partners who actually made this event successful. Ngidawucela ke ku mention ke Eswatini Electricity Company, bakhona nabo House on Fire, FNB, Standard Bank, Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority, Eswatini Environmental Authority, Gulp Eswatini, Ubombo Sugar Limited, UNESWA, Southern African Power Tool, iStudio Multimedia, Department of Meteorology. Ngicela sibashayele ntandla nje. These are our partners that are definitely making sure that this event is successful. Asibashayele ntandla ke Maswati lamahle. Whilst we are on that, I hear from somewhere, Maga Gwegutsi, the statistics the previous year were really amazing in as far as power saving is concerned. I wasn't part of the party, but I did play a role in making sure we achieve this feat. May you please furnish us with those statistics? And what is it that we can potentially do to actually surpass the lebesikwendile kulo mnyaka lophelile? Maga.
Hey, kwahamba kahle kakhulu Ndosh. Last year, our target was 20 megawatts.
Okay.
Kepha ke eMaswati athi no, nisibekele lokuncane kakhulu. Vele bagabatsela.
Yeah.
Baya ku 38.4 megawatts.
Oh,
Cela
really?
sibashayele tandla.
That's amazing.
Yeah, ngifuna kuva Ndosh ukuthi na uthi bongekho kepha khona lo wakwenda wendani.
No ngacisha. Yebo kona bekaphelile lokho esibathi ngacisha.
Bowukakatheke ama units ithenga Ndosh.
Asingafiki lapho.
Okay, this year, sithi asuke kulo 20 singete 5 because eMaswati athi mncane lo 20 sabeka ku 25 megawatts. I believe na lonyaka mhlawumbe kutawufika le kubo 50 because the culture iya cultivateka ngemihla nemalanga.
Kukahle kakhulu ke nasibeka lapho ngoba vele sicubulo salonyaka basinikile bathi ngongwe. Kutawusho ukuthi eMaswati lasekhaya nalasithamele lapha Nkosi yami kubo Facebook now ayeva lokuthi siyasuka ku 20 siya ku 25. But above and beyond that, now to yabuka la kubo social media, I can already see some of the hashtags popping out. I don't want to be left out. I want to join in the party. What can I do? And please tell us, what is the theme this year?
Wabuta kahle ke Ndosh. Ngicela nje ukuthi ulanze Twitter wakho, ulanze your LinkedIn, your Facebook, all your social media platforms.
Yeah.
Ungamshiyi #create the biggest hour for Earth. That is our theme for the year 2025, Ndosh.
So we're definitely creating the biggest hour for Earth. Ngivangazi ukuthi basethwesa umthwalo but sinikiwe ngwe angicabanga ukuthi kutawusehlula lokho. And I come from a whole generation whereby vele sisalalela abadala and bayasikhulisa ngalendlela lekufuna ukuthi basikhulise ngayo. My biggest question now is because we are adults. And of course, mina nawe nabangathi bayasifaka esondweni nyalo singabukeka ngathi sesiyi-senior youth. So siyakhona lokutiva sithathe lama instructions. Lama 2000 wona sitawathini ngoba phela kuyabonakala ukuthi hey kunekwendeka kube ngeke basive ngalendlela lesitawuda ngayo sithi save abafuni bona ke singenda kanjani.
Hey, lapho uthi nithale le matima ngoba lama 2K hey sekagaya ngalomnye umhlathi manje. But nje mhlambe I can just, it's taking me back to how my dad used to do it. Ngisakhula beka vele abambe lishumi from my pocket money for every room that I live ikhanya unnecessarily.
Oh really?
Bekungongonya ngoba bengeke isanele imali ephai, but kwa instilla le culture of saving energy from a very tender age. Kumbene batali emakhaya bangabuketa indlela letifanana naleto.
Kuthi basave bathathe lishumi for umvana nangabe kushiye lilambu likhanya kunoma ngabe ngiphi room.
Akube nje ne consequence yalokwenda lokho.
Okay, yeah, because bese ngicabanga laba kalogoba ukuthi because one room like nakayishile shothi kutaba bede imali. But ke nathi sithi ke sibaka ndaba senithi emadvodza kaphani imali. siyaniketa ngoba sikubonile ucisha ngale. But above and beyond, ladies and gentlemen, ngidawucela kwekuthi sati kahle kwekuthi as we set the tone for the day, we will need nine lapho phansi ukuthi nilalele because there's amazing gifts to be won namuhla. And siyafuna lokho ukuthi ni participate ngetindlela leti matima ningakhona kushaya tandla nikhona nekuhleka ningabi nje bamvu Nkosi yami labasabako ukuthi lapha namuhla umphathi ngibona ngihleka acansi kumna cha lapha sitawufunza but lokumcoka kunako konke is we're here to actually have fun while still learning. Ngidawucela ke ukuthi kube na bhuti wethu lotawusiniketa i-evacuation plan siyathi ke ukuthi iyaye ibe mcoka kuto tonke tindzawo la khanjwa khona especially nakunebantu bakamanzini uyadzinga kubona ukuthi utawubalekela kuphi nasebacala kusikhuthuza. Ngidawucela ukuthi banele ngambule asonzele ngembili atawusiniketa i-evacuation plan. Simshayele intandla maswati lamandla.
Sanibonani, libito lami ngibanele ngwakankambule njengoba sebachazile. Sanibonani team, anginiva kahle. Yebo, libito ngibanele ngwakankambule ngiqhamuka ehlangothini letekuphepha emagesini i-safety department. Ngicela kunendlulisela i-safety evacuation procedure yethu namhla lokusila we are in a house letaged and kude i-drill plant ngekuva kwami ama-fire marshals ami akhona la esibane sami hotel. But in a case lapho kucala khona kukhala i-fire alarm. Lokusho ukuthi fire alarm will be raised manually by leti 70 takhona la esibane hotel after an observation yaloyo mlilo noma lawo ma signs kuba nemlilo. Bathi kutawuba ne-evacuation lokusho ukuthi uthatha nje lokulambi kwakho noma nangabe mhlawumbe kwesinza kakhulu ema-laptops nani lokusechajini siyasukuma without wasting time we swiftly move out to the nearest exit. Lokusho ukuthi our nearest exit kusukela la hafini siye ngemuva will be that one and our nearest exit ngala sitawuphuma ngala then isiphumele ngaphandle. Kunema steps ke la so identifyile kunema trips and falls lesingawa observer so we would like to implore ukuthi sibe careful ngala ma trips ema trip hazards maning ngilama steps plus lama cables ethu la gijima la phasi so ngicela ukuthi sibe conscious masihamba. So kunema assembly points ke laba waselectile landzaweni lokusho ukuthi the first one ile enhla ecarport lele la ngenhla eceleni kwasemnyango shokuthi ngilapho singa assemblisha khona bese bas addressa ke ma-fire marshals ethu ukuthi identify ini la as the source of fire. Emva kwaloko kunema attendance registers ethu la lapha emnyango but awubese bawa verify ukuthi ngabe se evacuate sonke yini and quickly scan for anyone lokubonakala ngazuthi akekho available. So we would like to use the buddy system ucela ucheck lo seceleni kwakho nasifika le senda lama verifications sheshe siba assist ukuthi ngibani lebe ngihleli naye akekho. After that kune attendance verification bese ngichazile ke la ngenhle and then we have restrooms ethu angala masiphuma kunangumnyango nangisita ngala demarcated for males and females. There's one thing special about esibane sami hotel lengubonile there is a reserved restroom ngala it's reserved for the disabled persons for both genders and we are encouraged kakhulu to see such a scenario so ngicela kuku encourage nekukubonga lokho and then our safety marshals will then declare ukuthi the facility is now safe to reoccupy. Lokusho ukuthi asibuyi la bangakasiniki that declaration ukuthi now safe to reoccupy. Siva lama safety marshals no one else should listen to anyone ukuthi sesingabuya si reoccupy the building. So ngicela ukuthi si exercise ama precautions lese sicwayiswe ngawo and enjoy the event. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much Suthu siyabonga kasolo. Sitawucela ukuthi nalaba nema alarm etingcingweni bawacishe nyalo ngoba asifuni kuphazamisa leya lasibane i-alarm nase ikhala. Nangabe nje kune alarm lo ithemba ukuthi ingakhala ngamanginini ngidawucela ukuthi uyicime. But moving on with our program, ladies and gentlemen, from the environmental office ngidawucela ukuthi simukele Mr. Themba Twala lokutawuba nguye lotawusiniketa i-presentation ye Earth Hour. Round of applause please. Le tandla vele ngidawucela ukuthi sijwayele lokutishaya ngoba labatishaya kancane sitawudibana ekudleni ngitawube sengiyakhokha elayinini. Amen.
Yes. Sicale. Director of Ceremonies, the Honorable Minister, Nema, distinguished guest, and esteemed partners, Lesina Bonamutla, Nema, and ladies and gentlemen, Labase, Labakona, La Esbane, and also those joining us on social media, Naglamanyama media platforms. Maybe to start off, I would like us to take a quick exercise. Vilela MC was talking about clapping hands. Now, for me, I want you to lift up your hands. I'm going to say a statement, and if you agree with it, you lift up your hand. If you don't agree with it, you keep your hand down. So I'm hoping we are all active since we started with clapping our hands. So now let me see the hands up. At least everyone is here with me. Thank you. Okay, maybe the first quick question to ask is, who amongst us likes breathing clean air? Okay, that's about everyone. And then who among us would like to breathe noxious air or would like to drive through the street in thick cloud of smoke? I know, all hands are down. And then maybe the quick one also to ask would be, who amongst us would drink water that is polluted with oil, for example? Who would like that? And maybe who amongst us would like to drink clean water? Now that's everyone. So now this exercise quickly demonstrates that what we appreciate the most is the environment which is clean and is not polluted, which is clean air, clean water, which we all like. And then also what we have now are problems where we see pollution taking into effect. Obviously, air pollution, the impact is not just with your street becoming maybe cloudy or you inhaling those nauseous fumes, but the impact is probably great on your health. So that's quite key to take into consideration, that probably if you are inhaling polluted air, the expenses, they go to your medical bill and it hits directly to your pocket. So it significantly affects a lot of things. And then maybe the last exercise which I would like to do is, who among us would like to live in unpredictable weather patterns, temperatures changing every day, heavy rainfall, hail, storms? Who would love to live in that environment? I can see no one would like that. So who among us would love to live in a predictable environment? Clearly, it's everyone. What we are going to see today, or what the discussions are going to bring today, essentially, is that the choices which we make today, in particular, and by today I don't mean today, but like today. So it's an urgent matter. That is what climate change and all these issues are. It's an urgent matter which need urgent action. So now, today, we need to start shaping the future which we want, or the life we want tomorrow, or the type of air we want to breathe tomorrow, or the type of water we want to drink tomorrow, or the type of environment we want our kids to play in tomorrow, or the type of climate you want to live in. If you want to drive to work, or you want to go to a park, have a nice time with your friends on Saturday, what type of air do you want to breathe? That's basically what Earth Hour is about, for me. I know there are very big terms, net zero, you understand, there's a whole lot of jargon which is in there, but the basis of it is that what we want is an environment which we can enjoy, a life which we can all find purpose in it. So Earth Hour is not just about turning off lights. Yes, we are expecting you to turn off your lights on the 22nd of March. Please remember that, that's very important. But it is not just about that. It is about us turning our commitment to solutions that work. So we are not just expecting you to do that commitment on the 22nd of March only, but we are expecting that from that hour we are going to kickstart a movement, or we are going to change our patterns of living, so that we can be able to have a better planet tomorrow. Because I mean, everyone loves to go to the switch and turn on their lights, and electricity comes on, and everyone loves to take a warm shower in the morning or the evening when they come back from work, which is quite nice. It's an essential comfort, they call it. So it's very important. And to make sure that we can guarantee these things, we need to take urgent steps. I would like to proceed now to my presentation, which will start with what actually Earth Hour is about. Earth Hour is about celebrating nature and what it provides us. And then also, it is a moment where we can spark the global conversation, which is what we are going to do today. The symposium is fundamentally for that purpose, where we can deliberate critically on issues and maybe get into the technical aspects of it and look further into the issues which can maybe transform us and change our behavior moving forward. And also bring maybe the spotlight to the challenges which we face today, which is climate change, nature loss, pollution, and also inspire us as a nation to act, take action and advocate for change in the way we do things. If you can proceed. Yes, so these are the goals which we have for Earth Hour 2025, which is raising awareness for climate change and the environmental issues which you have mentioned, which is pollution and also nature loss. And then also we want to foster a collaboration with partners. As you can see, Earth Hour is not just for one company. We have different stakeholders who are playing a very big role in ensuring that this day is commemorated annually. Now it has become an annual event. I would like us to clap hands for the partners who have made Earth Hour for the past years possible. Thank you. And I hope this recognition will make sure that we inspire action now, not just from the partners, but also from individual level. Also going to the organizations which we work for, and also the communities where we live. So I'm hopeful to see this initiative will inspire those people to act. And then also key today, which we have tried to maybe with the program, tried to change, is that we also celebrate the success stories. I think we will know that as a country, Eswatini is generating what they call clean power. It's energy from the sun, it's renewable energy. Energy from the sun and energy from water. So that is our generation mix. And also lately we have biofuels. We have biomass from Ubombo. So that is something which we need to celebrate. It might look small, but it's an achievement nevertheless, which we need to recognize. And also probably it will help us build further when we are trying to achieve the goals which have been set by the world, which is net zero by 2050. And then also we are hoping to drive long-term impact beyond the hour. I think we always emphasize that Earth Hour doesn't just end on the day where we commemorate the Earth Hour, but it's action which we need to take forward long-term into the year. And also it's something we should inculcate into our culture as we live our daily lives. This is the itinerary of the activities which we have for 2025. Starting from today, which is the 20th of February, where we have the launch and the symposium, which I've just touched on in terms of what we are going to do. And then moving forward, we have cleanup campaigns, which have started on the 15th of February. Last week, we were at Sitegi. And probably you want to clap hands for the people at Sitegi because they joined us. And then we received great support. My mic is gone. We received great support from the municipality of Sitegi. in trying to raise awareness and showing what maybe collaborative effort can do. So this is quite impressive. So the cleanup campaigns, they are structured in such a way that we are going to visit about 5 more towns, which includes Nhlangano, and then we will be going to Manzini, and also Peace Peak, then Baban and Malkens on the 15th of March 2025. And then also running concurrently with these cleanup campaigns are the school awareness campaigns, which will start from Monday next week, which is the 24th of February, up to the 21st of March. Now, for me, this is the most key one, because at least these ones are still very young, the schools. I was speaking the last time we were with the stakeholders that even the Bible says that the kingdom of the Lord is for such people, which are children. And I'm very confident why that is so. It's because children, they can easily adapt to circumstances and change. For us in the room, I'm sorry to say, but it's very difficult to change our culture because we have long adapted to a lot of bad activities or bad habits which you have gathered over the years. So the school awareness is where maybe the focus should be. And also, the children are very good in terms of reminding you when you are doing something wrong. So on the 22nd of March, we are expecting the children to assist us with those who will be at home to switch off those non-essential lights and appliances. And then obviously the adult will know when the kids start saying, "Babe, but why is your TV on when you're not watching it?" Then you see that so you start maybe improving, and maybe when they ask you why you left a light on, then you start improving on that. So that's quite key. And then the big one, which is Earth Hour 2025, will be commemorated at House on Fire. We are anticipating to have 3,000 people. Now the target saving, as our program directors had already mentioned, it will be 25 megawatts hourly between 8:30 to 9:30, where we expect that everyone in the country will switch off their non-essential lights and appliances to ensure that we meet that target and probably go beyond it. I heard Magas were mentioning 50, which is highly possible, considering that from last year, we had set a target of 20 megawatt hourly, and then we reached about 38.4 megawatt hourly. So now we had another discussion because we go around and talk to people, and they were kind of like saying, okay, we hear you're saying let's save 25 megawatt hourly, but what really is that in realistic terms? Because to me, it's just numbers. Yeah, so that's the big one. So probably if we can make an estimation, which is very rough, say your energy consumption is around 2.5 kwema units ngenyanga. That power would be able to supply your household. Mr. Mkonda, I can see he's focusing now. That power can probably supply you for about 27 years. Ngelsito le AI. But they are estimating around there. It will last that household for about 25 years. So you will see the impact which we will be doing as a country by making that saving is actually quite huge. And if we take it forward, it can be quite significant. They are also estimating that that amount of power could be able to power, on average, about 16,000 homesteads. So that's a significant, if you take the population of Mbaban, for example, it should be around 30,000, roughly. So probably that saving it would be power that would have supplied Mbabane within that hour. So now that is the Earth Hour commemoration where we are encouraging the switch off. And then moving forward, we will be also, as I mentioned, at House on Fire, where we will be commemorating the events with our stakeholders and partners. If you can move forward. I think here we were just trying to elaborate maybe on the launch today, maybe to highlight the theme which we are having, which is advancing climate justice, sustainable energy transitions for developing countries, the Eswatini experience. Now I'm not going to go into detail because I'm hoping my panelist and the moderator will ensure that we deliberate on these issues in terms of how we get to where we want to be in terms of ensuring that we have a sustainable energy transition as a country. If you can move forward. Okay, I had already highlighted the schedule for the cleanup campaigns and the school awarenesses. Maybe these are images which show the kind of effort which we have done in the previous years. Last year, as you can see. And then maybe you move forward. And then these are the details for the commemoration. Maybe to highlight the program, this year it's going to start a little bit earlier from 2 p.m. where we are going to have interactive activities at House on Fire with our partners maybe displaying what they are doing in terms of sustainability and maybe addressing the issues which we are facing today. And then from there we'll be having Lama presentations or the formal programs from 5 p.m. up to 8:25, where we'll have the switch off moment by the minister, of which from there we are expecting to switch off, and we are expecting the country to join us in switching off and ensuring that we meet the target of 25 megawatt hourly. As I stated before, last year we surpassed that target by we almost doubled it, so which was very good. And also the attendance in terms of the event, it was also significant because it exceeded our target. Maybe you move forward. As you can see with the graph here, I hope it's clear. It is showing the trend that probably our target is always increasing gradually. But as you can see, the savings, they are fluctuating. Probably we didn't meet it in 2023, where we saved around 10 megawatts from the target which we set, which was 20. But then the following year, we did that good job where we almost doubled it. Maybe this is the list of our partners. And then maybe one would be asking themselves, if we switch off our light in that hour, isn't that kind of like a threat now to security or our safety? What Earth Hour is asking you is to switch off non-essential lights and appliances. Not those lights which are maybe good for your safety or which are guarding your security. So those lights, you might as well keep them on during the switch off and ensure that you are safe during the hour so that we avoid incidents. And then maybe to again highlight the call that Earth Hour is not just about an event where we switch off our lights, but it is a critical moment where we need to turn our commitments into actually solutions that work. And that is very important. I thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Angati noma beyikhona yini imibuto lekhona. Except for the fact yokuthi nasi observer le Earth Hour safety wami uyangivumela lapho uthi abacishe bonke bangacimi kamanzini. Utawuze konakala. Senda i-follow up ke presentation kutawuba mnanzi lapha because sifuna ukuthi sibone ukuthi ingabe vele benilalele yini nine. I can see ukuthi le room yethu vele inebamvu laba smart kakhulu. Nkosi yami ngijabula kakhulu ngibona Nkosi yami nemove bengimkopisa lapha imove Mr Mdlalose unjani sewami unjenjenje ngimi Mdlalose bengimkopisa. Sifunza naye Evelyn Berry but beka smart ke kakhulu kunami ngiko angale ngingalapha mine bekade thatha kakhulu serious idincwazi mina vele I know bengikuleli class lokhanza kwekuthi naka maths nje sithola emamaki la ngaphasi kwe temperature bekwendeka futhi ukhanze kusi kwakhona nalapha eclassini sithi nangabe sibita lamamaki swamite ngemadlali bebhola but imfundo simelane uthi Lionel Messi shothi uthole 10% uyayibona nje bake bangihleka ke noko but imfundo simelane ngathi 15% kwahleka lonke le class njengani ngibita limaki lami la ka maths wase usilothishela and he was the highest So right now, ngaphandle kwekuthi nase umdzala kuba bete ke i-answer le wrong. Kunematafula lengidawucela ukuthi maka ungiside la khaya nje vele sitawuba excluder kule quiz lesitayibuka. There are awesome prizes to be given away today. Lengidawukwenta nje ngidawuthatha tinzambo ngitinikete thishela wami lapha. Naka buta thishela lo mbuto nawuyati le answer utawuvela uphakamise. Trust me, these are awesome prizes to be given away courtesy of EEC. Ngidawucela ke thishela wami ubese so uyabahloma lemibuto. Sikhumbule bazalwane uma sewumdzala kuba bede i-answer le wrong.
Ngiyabonga Ndosh. Ngumlathishela wami nasekazi. Are we together?
La ngiboni.
Are we together? Okay. First question. What is the Earth Hour 2025 target saving? What is the...
Angifuni basemagesini. Ngiva ngazuthi senibhala paper 2. Alright, ngicela ungikhombele nje munye Nkosi yami. Umzane wami lomthandzako la. Ushadile yini? Okay, hayi washadi. Khomba lomthandzako akunenzaba. Lo mnumzane lo. Naye bengifunza naye lo mnumzane enyuvesi lona. Inyalo zone laptop embi yasita ngani imfundo.
Cha siyabonga. Bathi 25 megawatts this year.
Cela simshayele tandla 25 megawatts. Okay.
Mane ngathi uvule AI la ngembili.
Awu.
Uyabuta so angathi uthi senda njani. Over to you thishela wami.
Umbuto wekugcina nje lengidawubuta uthi when is the main event? Itawubanjelwa kuphi? And si commemorate ngaliphi li hour?
Good info visana abhlungu njengekuthi class bese seliba smart. Nathi konke hayi angisedi ngala uyabona. Ka A ngiyanibona ka A la.
Asesizame ngala.
Khululekani seminengi imibuto setawubuta nekokuthi bekungibani stepfather saJesu. Buyani phansi nina ngala. Sesingalapha. Okay, sikhombe bani lapha thishela wami.
Asesikhombe sisi.
Mo.
Lapha blue.
Blue.
Yes,
Alright.
lady in blue.
Kukhona inle wakamanzini lo sengisaba ukuthi ngingasuke ngicela kushiya tinvo letimcoka ngala. All right.
Earth Hour will be on the 22nd of March, Emalandelas, and the switch off is 8:30 to 9 p.m. or no, to 9:30 for an hour.
Ish, waxishe wayigeja. But that is
Tipexing.
correct. Ngicela simshayele tandla.
Avele bamniketa samblelo utabang Rihanna under my umbrella. Over to you, man.
All right. Ngicela nje kunibikela lapha sekunenfo le ende nibonile mos banginiketa 10 emanangeni la. Ngicela kubuya ukuthi lelunga libese liyayicela imali yalo nasihlala phansi lapha. Angiyathi info le nje na ngiyacala mne kuyibona. Ngicela ningikhulumele naye. Up next we have Miss Khulile Fagutse, Research and Development Engineer for EEC. Ms. Fagutse has been involved in the research and development of solutions and new processes to mitigate Eswatini Electricity Company's concerns for over 10 years. Her career as an engineer started in energy management, where she was involved and certified in measurement and verification for the ESCOM energy efficiency rebate programs through the University of Johannesburg. Over the years at EEC, she has conducted and coordinated feasibility studies and project development for power projects. Ms. Fagutse has been a key player in the development of the Kingdom of Eswatini Master Plan 2034 and the Draft Master Plan 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, may we give Ms. Fagutse a huge round of applause as she comes on stage.
Thank you, Maga. The Honorable Minister, Principal Secretary at MNRE, Director, Managing Directors, distinguished guests from our partners, all protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I am sorry, I'm used to a small mic. Okay, so I'll be taking you on a journey, a certain renewable journey. This will include work that has been done by the EEC, the ministry, ESERA, and the energy sector at large. So, in the 1920s to 1950s, we had the first hydroelectric power plant, which was 52.5 kilovolts amperes, but we can say it's a half a megawatt per se. Oh, sorry, it's smaller than that. It's a kilovolt plant. So it was located in Mlilwane, where we have, and then it was moved to just below Swazi Inn, where we have our Mbabane Hydro. 1963 to 1965, there was the construction and commissioning of Edwaleni Hydroelectric Power Plant, and then followed by Maguduza Power Plant in 1969. 1980 to 1985 saw the construction of Lupotlo Dam together with the Ezulwini Hydropower Station. In 2005 to 2011, we saw the construction and commissioning of Maguga Hydroelectric Plant. Then 2014 to 2016, I had just joined the company then, where we were involved with engaging independent power producers, where we saw the development of the Wonderside 100 kilowatt solar PV plant up in Stegi at Boxwood. Then in 2019 to 2020, we were doing a pilot of mini grids where we constructed and commissioned a 35 kilowatt peak Mvundla solar PV mini grid system, which provides power to about 22 households. And then in 2019 to 2020, I was fortunate enough to be project manager for this one, which is the 13.75 megawatt DC, 10 megawatt AC Lavomisa solar photovoltaic power plant. And then we have a lot of projects. We are child renewable in the country. We have USL with a thermal plant and a hydro plant. It's beautiful to know that that thermal uses pagasi. Royal Swaziland Sugar Corporation also does the same at 65.5 megawatts. Wonderside Investments, still at the 100 kilowatts. And we have small-scale embedded generation. From the ESERA website, it's noted that we are currently at 17.4 megawatts, but with the ongoing registration at EEC, we are hoping to have an increase of that figure. All right, EEC has been busy still on the journey for renewables, where I think from 2007, we had that Swazi Hydropower Reconnaissance Study that was looking at the potential for developing hydropower plants all over the country, let me put it that way. So that's where we got projects like Maguga. There was one for, actually Maguga, Lower Maguduza. We also have one at close to Punya, forgotten the area. Okay, let's leave that one, but it's all over the country. And then we also did a mini hydrofeasibility study at Lubovane Dam, but this was after the construction of the dam, which was around 2016. And then also before we developed the Lavomisa Solar, we started with a 5 megawatt solar feasibility study, which we felt was too small. That's why we went utility scale to the 10 megawatts. And then we also did a feasibility study on Maguga expansion and Lower Maguga feasibility study, which was 33 megawatts. And there was also, this one was done jointly with government together with the Ngwembisi pre-feasibility study, which estimated a potential of about 130 megawatts. And then we were also busy as EEC with the influx of requests to develop solar. We were doing grid integration studies for variable power generation. This includes your wind and the solar. Now, I found this on the government website, which I think it's a big enabler to know that government is very supportive of renewables. There is a Renewable Energy Development Strategy Framework and Action Plan that was developed, which I think basically informs us that government is willing to let knowledge about renewable energy be known all over the country. And it goes to the extent of even having data for the sources, which I think has been done through the development of the master plans and so forth, which I will share a snippet of later. We also have regulations and studies and plans that are in place for renewables. I think the journey started way back with Millennium Development Goals that was to ensure environmental sustainability. I think that informs the renewable energy path. And we developed the Kingdom of Eswatini Energy Master Plan. We also had a short-term generation expansion plan that came from that Master Plan 2034. And there was also the PARES program that was looking at the framework for affordable renewable energy in Eswatini. We have the National Energy Policy, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Policy, the National Biofuel Strategy and Action Plan, Renewables Readiness Assessment, Sustainable Energy for All, revised electricity laws that we can get from the EEC website. We have the grid code from the EEC as well, mini grid and microgrid guidelines from EEC, energy storage regulatory guidelines also from EEC, the wheeling framework, which was done in November 2022 from EEC, and the Eswatini Independent Power Producers Policy, which is also available on the EEC website. We also have the Sustainable Development Goals, which are from 2015 to 2030. Now, this is a snippet from the Energy Master Plan, which I feel is important to talk about as it details how we can develop our renewables up to 2034. So the one on the side speaks to the installed capacity. So I hope it's visible for everyone. Hope it's not too small. Is it clear enough? Okay. So on the other side, we have installed capacity, and we can see the technologies that can be developed throughout the period. I think you can all see the trend. I think the purple is, okay, I'm also struggling to see that color, but maybe let me just speak to the blue. The blue speaks to our hydros. The green speaks to biomass, and the orange speaks to solar PV. The dark green speaks to distributed biomass, and then the light, okay, I'm not so sure about colors, but between blue and green, that's your wind. So you can see that the master plan did pick renewables for our base case to show that this is what we can develop throughout the region. But I would like to bring your attention to a dark black color in between at these points, which is distributed oil, which means that supports our solar, meaning that even if we do develop renewable, we'll have to have some fuel, some fossil fuel supporting supporting the renewable generation. Also of note from these slides, I want to look at this red trend, which is our system peak in each case. Even in this case, we have our system peak. So this side is the installed capacity in megawatts, and this side is the energy produced. What you can see is that we can have enough renewables, but not all the time will our system peak be met. And then in this case, our system peak is higher in energy, is higher than the energy that we will have installed from the renewables. So this was our base case scenario, which was a capacity expansion for renewable energy. Now, other studies that we're busy with at EEC involve or activities or projects. We are busy with the registration of embedded generation, and some of our personnel have been certified with the PV Green Card and accredited. That means we'll be able to install solars as EEC. We are busy with an initiative where we are going to test if we can provide that consultancy to the public. And then we are also busy with the 10 megawatt Makuka expansion hydropower plant. We are busy with the construction of Lower Makuduza hydropower scheme. And we've also conducted a geoscientific exploration survey for geothermal power energy, which started from September last year up until December. We are just awaiting the report on where we can get our target areas where we can start with the exploratory drilling. Nationwide, we know that ISERA is currently procuring solar biomass, and we've got the trenches tabulated there, which is 75 megawatts solar, 20 megawatts biomass, which was on the second trench. It's what they got from the second trench. That trench, I think they are going for the 80 megawatt biomass. We have also compiled the draft at Swatini Energy Master Plan 2050, which is still in process to be published. And we've also developed a short-term generation expansion plan for 2050. Now I thought I should share some snippets from the 2050 plan, which addresses your net zero, as Temba was speaking to net zero, as well as tripling of renewables by 2030. So again, from this plan, it's all renewables. And we can see from these installations again, okay, this time around is swapped. This time it's energy, and then this side is power. So we can see that there's a possibility of exporting power from our plan 2050. And I'm happy to note that we also have geothermal, which was picked by our model. And lots of distributed solar, mini hydros, distributed biomass, coal. And again, the oil is still there. So with renewables, you must know that there has to be some support of oil or even LNG or storage. These are the installed capacities. Again, the oil increases as you increase your renewables. And in this case, the demand is met on both ends. What I'd wanted to put in as well is a plant that we didn't incorporate. Actually, it's not that we didn't incorporate it, but it was too costly for the model to pick as a project to develop, which is the Ngwembisi Hydro. Ngwembisi Hydro can give us about 130 megawatts, as I've mentioned, but it was also only studied up to pre-feasibility level. As a plan for 2050, I think it would be imperative to consider that one by conducting a feasibility study, which will in turn proceed to maybe its construction and commissioning. The concept note for this exercise was meant to also look at energy security. Yes, so with what I've presented, we can all see that Swaziland can technically meet its needs from renewable energy sources, but it has to be with support from clean fossil fuel technologies by 2050. From 2025 to 2030, we can have some progress if we invest domestically on our available renewable sources. And as I've mentioned before, penetration of renewable energy requires a significant amount of storage and flexible thermal generation options, which are diesel and gas. And it's important to note that this is all capital intensive. I hope you have enjoyed my journey on what we've done and what we're currently doing on the renewable space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fagotse. Singakaqhubeki, I'd like to show you the Wi-Fi password for those that haven't seen it. It is under Sibane Sami Hotel. The password is Sami 22102. Sami 22102. Angboni nasekula pakashane, but yeah, you can just have a look. Usonzele lapha ebonzeni. Without wasting any more time, ngicela kumema Miss Belusile Mhlanga. Head of EIA, Monitoring and Coordination, EEA. Ms. Mhlanga has extensive experience in environmental impact assessments, EIAs, regulatory monitoring, and policy coordination. With prior experience as an environmental information officer, she prides herself for shaping environmental governance, strengthening stakeholder engagement, and advancing Eswatini's sustainability agenda. Her specialized training in EIA methodologies further enhances her ability to assess complex environmental reviews and implement cross-sectoral sustainability strategies. She is a recognized leader in environmental policy and impact assessments. Can you please give her a huge round of applause?
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. And joining me for this panel discussion, I have very young technocrats, predominantly male, not to say that we don't have women in the industry. There is even purposeful initiatives to ensure that we have women in energy. So we have Mr. Stedmore Musenyi. He is an environmental and social economic specialist. He is from the Southern African Power Pool. He is a seasoned sustainability expert who is currently responsible for process improvement and sustainable operation solutions for energy utilities. He has over 13 years experience in various sectors, spanning from agriculture, mining, heavy manufacturing, energy, and policy formulation across Southern Africa. In the past, he has played a leading role in various energy projects. We all know about the Kariba Dam, where there is power even that supplies even South Africa. He's also worked in Zambia. He's a certified renewable energy and climate finance expert and a certified energy auditor. Can we please give him a round of applause? And then from our regulator, we have Mr. Songe Dlamini. He is an engineering manager. He has a career in engineering. He's passionate about renewable energy projects, development and financing. He is also responsible for power procurement with IPP power projects that total to about 175 megawatts, and they are at different stages of development. He has also played a critical role in the development of key regulatory framework. I think Ms. Kulile has just shown us some of the work that has been done by our regulator and our utility provider. He's also involved in trying to increase local power generation. He has a degree and a postgraduate diploma and holds a certificate in construction and engineering. So as he ensures that we have a reliable power supply, he's also ensuring that we have very good infrastructure. And then from academia, can you please give him a round of applause, Mr. Sonke Dlamini? From academia, we also have another young technocrat. So the only old person here is me. So Mr. Mafu, Dr. Mafu leads research work on sustainability energy transitions. He's very passionate about the transition, just transition subject. He's more into clean coal technologies, climate adaptation to ensure that we have energy security, reduce emissions, and he supports climate resilience in Eswatini. So he advocates for equitable energy mix, and his session is driven by data solutions, whereby he works with clean coal and biomass co-firing, nuclear energy, demand-side management and smart energy, Neta Energy Nexus, and sustainable fuel feedstocks. Can you please give Dr. Mafu a big round of applause as he comes to the front? I would like to recognize the Honorable Minister. He's in absentia, and also acknowledge the presence of senior officials from the ministry. the Managing Director of Eswatini Electricity Company, distinguished CEOs and captains of industries that are here, senior government officials, members of the media, and all our esteemed guests. It's an honor to be here today and to lead this important discussion. Basically, we are just here, our panel, it's all about energy security in a global climate crisis. We know that we are faced with harsh realities of climate change, and there are available regional solutions. So we're just going to look into how the regional solutions can be able to solve some of the local challenges that we are facing. Energy security is no longer just an economic issue. It's also a climate issue. It's a policy issue. And ultimately, if you look at the demand for electricity today, you will see that it has become a survival issue. And Eswatini, like many countries in the region, we are faced by challenges with regard to reliable and affordable energy sources. So today I have these panelists with me as I've introduced them so that we can explore these different issues that we need to deal with. By the end of this panel discussion, we should be able to answer, or we should have information about the three key focus areas of these panels. That is the implications of energy imports on Eswatini's energy security. We know that we import a significant proportion of our electricity, and the climate change commitments that we have. It's not just about the climate change impacts, it's also about the impact that climate change has in ensuring that Emaswati have access to reliable energy supply. And then as we have Mr. Musenya here, who is from the Southern African Power Pool, we would like to come out here knowing how we can enhance our energy reliability and sustainability. And the strategies that are there, as we have our regulator, what strategies do we have as a country to ensure that we balance renewable energy with baseload requirements? Already, the first presentation has already touched on some issues. And how research then informs the decisions that we need to take as Eswatini, as we try to ensure that we meet our baseload. How does then research influence all those decisions? I'm going to start with you, Nkosi, since you are the regulator. I would just loosely say you are the master. Yeah. So I would like to know, what role does the regulator play in balancing Eswatini's energy security with its climate change commitments?
Yeah, that's a very tall order to be the task master, you call me. Firstly, I would want to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to the Honorable Minister for his presence in absentia here, the PS for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, as well as the Director, and various esteemed guests and captains of industry. I guess just to reflect in looking at the role that the regulator plays in ensuring security of supply in the country and sustainability, the regulator is tasked with procuring generation capacity in consultation with the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy. And this power procurement initiative is based on a ministerial determination. The previous speaker spoke about an energy master plan and a short-term generation expansion plan, which informs the regulator, the technologies and the capacities to be procured. So it's within that framework that the energy regulator then finds himself implementing some of these government initiatives to ensure a sustainable energy sector.
Okay, and as you've mentioned that we have this energy master plan, from the research point of view, Dr. Mafu, how then do we ensure that the transitions, we have an equitable energy mix that eventually reduces greenhouse gases? We've just heard that when you do solar, there is fossil fuel that is involved. So how do we then create the balance?
Thank you, Sisbel. I think the biggest problem that we currently have is that we take decisions not based on the science, but based on availability of funding. So if we are going to follow the funding, then we are going to come up with solutions that are not going to be long term. We are very, we can be very happy as a country that we are a country that is working. All the renewable projects that we have seen today and that we live amongst are a testament of our commitment to reducing greenhouse gases. But we cannot run away essentially from a security where we are able to produce our own base load electricity. If we are unable to do that, then we are going to live with that decision going forward. We need to strengthen our biomass generation and try as much as possible to have solutions that are not climate sensitive, like our hydropower, for instance. In September to December, we're not generating anything there because of the mini drought that we are having. So a equitable balance will make sure that we have electricity every time we need it and it is affordable. Thank you.
From the plans that we've developed as a country and all these interventions that we have, do we see Eswatini being able to produce its own base load with only alternatives?
Sure, that's a very difficult one. Just to add on to what Dr. Maff has probably alluded to, I believe we have a unique opportunity in this country to make better use and optimal usage of our biomass coming from the sugar mills and also from the forestry industry. We know we've got a thriving forestry industry in this country. So some of the works that we are doing, including the biomass procurements, mainly there's a 20 megawatt award that's been issued by the regulator that's going to be a baseload plant. But we have this unique situation with the sugar mills where Pakasi is only available during the crushing season. So I feel there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that space, and that's work that the regulator, in consultation with the ministry and also industry players, is just trying to see how we can stretch out that period to make sure that we have power from Pakasi baseload plants by stretching out this period to ensure that at least we can operate these plants up to a period of 11 months versus the 9 months or to 10 months, which is currently prevailing or obtaining on the ground.
Okay, thank you so much. From what Dr. Mafu has said, that we're being driven by availability of funding, Mr. Musenyi, can you please just maybe provide some form of guidance with regard to issues of policy? What financial and policy barriers can Eswatini overcome to ensure that they accelerate energy independence?
Okay, good morning everyone. Allow me to ride on protocols already observed. Thank you for the question. I think there are quite a number of them. The first one is the cost of capital itself. This is one of the major challenges that the African region faces. Because if you look at it from a statistical point of view, the previous researches which were done by the International Monetary Fund indicate that most African countries, when they access lending, they access it at double-digit lending rates. This is one of the problems that we have. For Eswatini, yes, we have the prime lending rate. I think it's standing at 10.5 right now, 10.5%. And it's still quite high for capital projects. If you need to execute capital projects, you need some form of mechanisms. So the first mechanism that can be put in place is de-risking investment in the renewable energy space. I think it's one of the critical aspects that needs to be taken into consideration. And this de-risking process can take place through some policy formulations. When I looked through the Eswatini energy policy, it actually speaks a lot on the 2018 energy policy. It speaks a lot to do with creating space for renewable energy investments with very ambitious targets like the 50% of the renewable, of the energy mix coming from the renewable energy. So this is something that needs to be looked into closely. The policy perspective in terms of de-risking investments in a renewable energy space. Then there's also another alternative mechanism through which financial resources can be accessed. Of course, we still have problems with the global financial architecture at the present moment, where the African investment environment is still considered risky. And on that basis, we continue to have problems. But the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has tried to put in place mechanisms to ensure that a funding is accessed through the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. So the Green Climate Fund is one of the avenues through which we can try to capitalize on accessing financial resources. But one thing that is important that needs to be looked at is the level of capacity. Like in most instances, you would realize that quite a number of institutions do not have a better appreciation of that Green Climate Fund that is available to support adaptation and mitigation projects. But if you look statistically, the previous report that I looked at, the 2018 to 2023 report of the GCF, it indicated that they disbursed something to the tune of around 62 billion US dollars to support adaptation and mitigation projects. But when I then looked at the statistics for Southern Africa, I then realized that nothing from the renewable energy space was actually supported. Hence, you have a lot of feasibility studies, projects that have been prepared up to a bankability stage, but they haven't managed to secure any financial resources. The GCF has concessional lending in form of long tenure periods as well as very low interest rates. Like for a 20-year loan, you can get it at about 2% interest rate, which is a bit concessional and reasonable. And the accredited entities, the direct access entities to accredited entities, all governments have been given actual latitude to have. In other countries, it resides in the Ministry of Environment. In other countries, Ministry of Finance. If you look at Tanzania, for example, it sits in the Vice President's office, the Ministry of Finance. One thing that I then realized is lack of collaboration and integration between the government departments themselves, so that they can assist each other in building capacity and access the financial resources. And that is one thing that I think the government should do from a policy perspective, to be deliberate and intentional in ensuring that people access these funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mosenyi. Maybe just to take it a notch further, what would you suggest in terms of capacity building? Yes, we do have our national designated authority that is responsible for the GCF, and I know that there have been interactions with EEC, but then we don't have a nationally accredited institution which is a conduit for the GCF funds. So in order to ensure that EEC, ESERA, and all these stakeholders that are involved in ensuring that Eswatini has a reliable and it has this energy mix, what would you think will be the future steps that they will need to take to ensure that they take advantage of this opportunity? As you've said, that the lending rate that we are assessing our financial assistance, it's what is causing the conflict that the MD is having with all Emaswati these days.
Okay, I think the first step is maybe to look at those countries that already have accredited, that are already accredited to access GCF funds. That's one. Then the second approach is to look at regional accredited entities, because at regional level, we have Development Bank of Southern Africa is one of the regional accredited entities. We also have the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, is also another accredited entity, a regional accredited entity. And these are institutions that have actually access to financial resources that can support GCF-related projects. In terms of capacity building, actual capacity building, I think the government also needs to be intentional, like they should approach, be in a position to approach, because the GCF is approachable, and the core principle or the core basis under which the GCF was found was to support developing countries, of which Eswatini is one. And on that basis, it should be practically possible to approach the GCF and have a necessary engagement. Actually, at Southern African Power Pool level, we are in the process of doing engagements with the GCF to ensure that we become an accredited entity, a direct access entity to support our utilities. And the first step that we have taken is to establish what we call the GCF task team. That includes the environmental planning and operations subcommittees as well as the legal working group, to ensure that we put in place all the necessary requirements to approach the GCF for accreditation as a regional accredited entity, which is a direct access entity, to support our utilities to ensure that they access financial resources relating to GCF. Yes, it's a tall order, but it's something that we can do. Difficult does not mean impossible.
That's very much true. We need to try, at least you should be able to say these are the processes that you've done and you need to improve on certain aspects. So Eswatini currently imports over 70% of its electricity. I would like to know from you, Dr. Mafu, that how does this reliance impact national energy security and what measures can we take to mitigate the risk?
I think the importation has also some geopolitical issues that we are going to encounter at some point. The volatility of our region is troublesome for me, and that's a view I hold. But also the problem of climate change where we are going to be having a risk of reduced production from renewables, because if you are having floods and if you are having droughts, we are going to take hits from both of those. And maybe the issue of affordability then comes into play, because if you are having these disturbances and these hits, then you'll find that the price volatility is unbearable, and then we the consumers are going to pay the brunt. And then the problem is that the economy of the country is also going to take a hit if we are having those jumps of the price.
Oh, you're touching on a very touchy, thorny issue, the issue of energy poverty. Yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed at the earliest. Mr. Dlamini, there's so much growth. You know, as a certain environment authority, we've received so many applications for mining activity. There's a mining boom in the country, even though it's not an official a country stand. And we've also seen a lot of industrialization. So many industries are coming into the country. So over the medium term, what strategies are being put in place to ensure that we have a balance of renewable energy with the country's baseload requirements? As we can see that this growth, it's good, but it's compounding your problems.
Yeah, certainly. I just want to take a step back and go back to the point that was made about, before I get to that point, about financing of renewable energy projects. And this is something that one sees because we work on a day-to-day basis with these issues. I think the tendency of lenders and sponsors is to be risk averse. So they don't want risk, and it's further compounded then in a situation where you have no IPP experience as a country. We are certainly grateful for the closing of the Loa Makutuza project, because that presents then to the international community a PPA that's been banked. So it sort of sensitizes the international community to work that's going on in the country, and sort of just brings some comfort to risk. Risk in some sense cannot be quantified. People just, an investment committee will have a certain inclination towards a certain jurisdiction or a certain part of the world. But we are grateful then for the work that's been done through EEC on the IPP procured project, and we believe then it begins to set a good precedence that can then be followed as the regulator negotiates some of the tariffs that are then coming from the procurement works that we are doing as a country. Ultimately, the issue of affordability then comes up, because you cannot interpret the situation of climate change outside of the tariff and the price. Ultimately, these interventions must be affordable. So that's a situation that the regulator then finds himself in going through negotiations on these projects. But back to that point, you know, for this country to industrialize, including the expectations of the mining industry and manufacturing, I believe the conversation around baseload is one that's pertinent. Not only limited to what can be secured from how we manage our resources in the biomass context, but also including the concept and idea of clean coal. I believe as a country we are naturally endowed with a certain resource, and it's just a matter of scientific approaches that Dr. Mafu spoke to see how that could be brought to bear in ensuring that we have a baseload demand that's procured and generated from the country to meet then the industrialization ambitions that the nation has. Yeah.
Okay, and just a follow-up. How does the IPP intervention it comes into play in the whole mix of energy security,
Right. So,
affordability, accessibility?
right. So IPP procurement is just generally the private sector-led initiative in procuring generation capacity. This allows for the private sector to lead the development of these projects, including sourcing of financing and ownership of the facilities. When it's undertaken by an IPP, largely these are entities that have experience in developing such facilities. So it's a best approach of transferring risk between the private and the public sector. So IPPs play a huge role in facilitating investment in the energy space in that sense.
Thank you for clarifying that. There's been a conversation on social media where people were feeling that they produce excess energy from their panels.
Right, so
Why are they allowed then to feed into the grid?
Yeah, so just to clear that up, EEC and the regulator, well, the regulator has developed a framework to allow for own use systems to feed excess electricity back to the grid on a net billing regime. And I think EEC is now registering those unique sort of installations that can deliver that sort of capability. So, but that's a distinction from IPPs. IPP tend to be utility scale power projects that sell electricity to a main off-taker. And in our case, the off-taker is the national utility.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Musenyi, what regional strategies can Eswatini ride on to ensure that they reduce this vulnerability to the importation of energy and the disruptions that we are experiencing currently to our supply?
Thank you for that. I think there are quite a number of them. The first one being to utilize the sub-market that they've always been utilizing, especially the month-ahead market, which is something that has not been utilized lately. It's another opportunity that can offer Eswatini some reliable power from the Southern African power pool market. Then it can also benefit from the regional projects, like the regional interconnector projects that are currently in progress. Because one of the things that we have realized is that at regional level, there are some countries that have got excess power generation, but they do not have mechanisms to evacuate that power to places where it is most needed. One example that I can give is Angola, for example. They have got excess power. They have got a capacity of around 6,000 megawatts, and their domestic demand, peak demand, is around 2,500, and the rest is just sitting idle in Angola, and it's not being evacuated to other regional players who are interested in purchasing power. We also have Tanzania. They have got the same experience. Sometime in April last year, they actually had to shut down some of the units at Julius Nyerere Hydroelectric Power Station because of excess generation that they didn't have anyway to export it. So in that space, you would realize that there is actually a lot happening in the region, excess generation in other places that they can take advantage of. I think that is one of the major issues that we can do.
Okay, what do you think is resulting to these disparities that you've just mentioned? Why isn't there any cooperation? Because we know that there are certain platforms where these leaders of these utilities companies, they see it, the regulators, they have platform where they see it. Why can't we have a situation where they collaborate and we don't find ourselves having to close power plants that could be assisting the region?
I think the major challenge that we have seen at regional level is that we are united, but sometimes we are not united. This is the reality of the African context. And when it comes to real developmental projects, like what has been indicated earlier on, some of them are finance driven. Like those international lending institutions, they have their interests. And when they come, they would speak to their interests as opposed to the interests of the region. And it is against that background that you are bound to have challenges now in dedicating resources to where they are most needed. So that is the major challenge. I think over time, if you look at the history of the region, Rome was not built in a day. Over time, I think we will get to that stage where we will collaborate on projects that can also be more sustainable and assist in ensuring energy security for the region. The previous experience of ESCOM and Mozambique at HCB is actually one of the examples of how collaboration can add more value to the region, with ESCOM having a long-term arrangement with the hydro Cabora Bassa to just evacuate power from Cabora Bassa, where they have access generation, to South Africa, where it is most needed, which is the load center, actually. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dlamini, do we have any policies as a country that facilitate such a collaboration that ensure that we assess the regional energy trade and interconnectivity?
So I think just to maybe further add before we go to that point, the establishment of a regional infrastructure financing facility, RITIF, which is going to be seated in Mauritius through the SAPP initiative, really seeks then to unlock some of these cross-border sort of infrastructure projects for transmission, just to ensure that the power that's available in excess in certain parts of the region are traded at a regional, across border, over and above bilateral contracts, which have always existed and have anchored a SEP, I would argue. But going back to your point, from a local perspective, the regulator has worked on creating an enabling environment to allow for access to markets, not only through the permitted export licensing, but also through a wheeling framework which is designed to allow the use of the national grid to sort of transmit power, either within country or cross-border. But really the whole idea is to allow third-party usage to the transmission infrastructure upon the payment of a use of system charge to the system operator or the transmission operator or owner, which is the EEC in this case. So those are some of the initiatives that the country is bringing to the fore to try and make sure that we avail the network to be able to engage then in regional power trade.
Okay, thank you so much. So the whole purpose of today's discussion is to ensure that we balance renewable energy with baseload requirements. And as we've heard earlier on, that there's that challenge of intermittency when it comes to alternative or renewable energy. So it's very important that we balance our intervention, especially with the demand from industry and even from mining. So from you, Dr. Mafu, I know that you are a researcher, and earlier on in the presentation that we've just heard, we know that EEC is exploring even geothermal. Your specialty is with regard to nuclear. So do you think that it can be a viable solution for Eswatini? I know that you've done research to include small modular reactors. Do you think that could be a viable solution for Eswatini?
The gist of our efforts in trying to make sure that we are energy secure, it can be summarized in that we need to diversify the generation side and manage the demand side. So if we diversify enough the generation side, then we are not going to have a problem. We are going to be able to offset the intermittency of the renewable energy sources that we have. But we also are able to harvest some megawatts from freeing some of the energy that we already have so that it can reach those that do not have, by ensuring that efficiency is top of the agenda. And then our communication to consumers is impactful, and we make sure that we communicate what we want to communicate, because now we are going to lose each other as a country if I, as a consumer, am only going to grasp what I want to hear from that conversation. And if we are unable to then appreciate the fact that an Earth Hour that is 1 hour is going to release some 25 megawatts from it's something that we could achieve almost monthly. So one of the issues that we have found comfort in our results and in some of the research that we are doing, I think Saddam is the student there, is from EEC. So what we found is that there is new materials that are easily available that we can use in the current technologies that we have. Obviously, we want to go for the high efficiency, low emissions, and your carbon capture systems that are coming with clean coal technologies. But what we see is that we are having heaps and heaps of fines from Maloma, for instance. And our preliminary results show that if we do co-firing with those fines, we are going down to bituminous or sub-bituminous coals, which can be burnt easily with the available technologies. So if we are intentional about collaboration in country, as private sector, as government, and as academia, we can be able to get to a stage where we upscale such findings and then we see how it can assist us. But also, with the small modulator reactors, definitely that is why I think they are there in the draft energy master plan for 2050. Even though they then they are problematic because then we are being scared about the waste and how we can then manipulate them.
The security issues.
The security issues. But the small modular reactors are the best to go if we want to look for a reliability and also a net zero emissions. But in addition, I think as a country, we shouldn't be ashamed of the fact that we are a carbon sink currently. We should use that to bargain for the clean coal technologies and the use of thermal fire-powered plants and also geothermal. And we shouldn't probably not get into trading those for monetary terms, but let's trade them for security terms so that we can be able to be energy secure and be sustainable as a country.
Yeah, now that you've touched on the thorny issue of coal power generation, what is your view about global just transition movement that calls for the immediate shift from coal? And do you believe this approach adequately considers the energy security and economic realities that are faced by countries like Eswatini in the region?
I strongly believe that when the Council of Ministers came up from that COP with that just energy transition, they did not really want a disruption of the energy supply, particularly for us developing countries, because just energy, if we are saying it's just, the transition, if it is just, then it's not going to disrupt. Because what we are seeing now is a disruption of energy production and a disruption of our economies. If we are looking, my brother is going to assist me, we haven't seen a growth in our economies for the past 3 years. And we are trying to industrialize, and industrialization means we need to improve on energy generation so that our economies can be able to thrive. If we are saying just energy, and that just energy is only going for that intermittent energy, then we are going to have a problem. I am really thinking that if we can be able to communicate clean coal technologies, we are going to find each other, because also the coal is very much available for us. It is there. So what do we do with it? Let us clean it and generate electricity. Thank you.
You'll get me fired, people. Mr. Mosenyi, from what Dr. Maf has just said, what are your thoughts about the just transition and the clean coal? Because some people are saying it's just eco-washing when you say there's clean coal.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I would... I think I can agree with what Dr. Maf said to a certain extent. Because if you look at what the setup of the globe at the present moment, in per capita carbon emission terms, if you look at it from that perspective, you would realize that per capita carbon emission for Canada, for example, stands at about 13 tons per year. That's per capita carbon emission, the amount of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent emitted by an individual citizen in a year in a country. About 13 tons. If you look at the per capita carbon emission for a country like Eswatini, it's around 0.8 tons. And if you look at it from that perspective, you would then agree that at least we need to develop with all the resources that we have, so that at least we achieve energy security, so that we transition from somewhere. Because when we talk of transition, we'll be moving from a certain point to another point. This is the reason why the African leaders have been explicit, and they were not even apologetic about it in various summits. If you look at the Africa Climate Summit that was held in Nairobi in 2023, they were very clear that we need support from developed world to support a transition. Without financial resources from the developed world, it will be difficult for the African countries to have a just transition. At the previous COP in Azerbaijan, actually there was actually a standstill with regards to the just transition subject, and there was no conclusion that was reached at COP. And we are expecting to have probably a conclusion at SB9 in Bonn, I think sometime in June this year. These are some of the issues which were coming, that we need support, financial support for African countries to invest in renewable energies. Because ordinarily it made very limited sense to ask people to import solar panels while still leaving coal, which is somewhere a few kilometers from where they are supposed to be generating. At least if there was a mechanism maybe for value addition or offering of opportunities for the people, for the African people, by way of saying, let's have maybe a solar panel assembling plant somewhere in Matsapa there, where we will employ our local people, but at the same time, putting in place appropriate structures to support renewable energy, renewable infrastructure. That was going also to make sense. So these are some of the arguments that have been put across at global level. But the disagreement part that then comes from my side is that maybe we need to balance. We just need to balance transition with domestic needs. Because if we do not balance, we risk also creating stranded assets in the future, which will be also difficult for our economies to manage. Say, for example, we satisfy domestic demand, peak demand, etc., and we have excess power. But with the changing dynamics at global level, you would find that people would have appetite, like the market would have appetite for green energy in the future. And if that happens, what we will do with the assets that we would have developed over the years, which are sort of not good enough for to meet the expectations of the market, it would be difficult for the organization. So the long-term perspective is, let's balance the renewable energy development with thermal power generation to ensure that at any given point in time we satisfy our domestic needs, but at the same time without forgetting that we need also transition. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Musenyi, from a sustainability and infrastructure perspective, what kind of investment can Eswatini make to ensure that we integrate, we create this balance, while at the same time maintaining the grid reliability?
I think from the baseload point of view, the two major sources of conventional energy generation technologies that are there is to utilize thermal and hydro. If you look at the previous studies which were done by the International Renewable Energy Agency, they made publications that Eswatini has a theoretical potential of 400 megawatts hydro, but the one that is practically feasible is around 110 megawatts. And if we try to develop our hydros up to that 110 megawatts, and then we cater for the additional with the thermal resources, notwithstanding the fact that we also have co-generation happening within the sugar industries, because they meet their needs by co-generation, like generating using their biomass, that is the cellulose fiber from the sugarcane milling process. These are some of the things that we need maybe to look at and ensure that we balance development of our hydros with the development of thermal resources to meet domestic needs. Because currently, if you look at the position where Eswatini stands, the current statistics indicate that the installed capacity is around 71 megawatts. and then the domestic demand is somewhere around 229. And if you look at those figures, the gap is just too much. Yeah. So we need to develop the resources that we have, the thermal and the hydro resources. Then the variable renewables also come into space to just complement the development, because the energy storage, it will be difficult to propose issues to do with energy storage at the present moment, because it's very expensive. And it would make it very difficult for our consumers to afford the energy from energy storage, because the cost that when I was looking at the statistics stands at around $435 for any kilowatt hour. This doesn't make sense ordinarily to the ordinary consumers. So we won't be competitive from a business perspective as economists that still need to grow. Because if you look at GDP per capita terms, for Eswatini it's around 48,000 Emalangen, which is something that also needs to be improved. But for us to do that, we need to develop energy resources that will stimulate growth in the economy so that we eradicate poverty. We ensure that we have inclusive growth and shared prosperity at the same time, realizing sustainable development. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to open the discussions to the floor. We'll just, I'm not sure about time, as to how much time do we have, but can I suggest that we take about 3 for now? 3 comments, questions from the floor. I'm expecting you to take the mic to the people who are asking, Ziago.
Okay, let me start, if I may. Okay, my question is directed to Dr. Mafu. You know, with a lot of programs, especially in the energy sector, a lot of funding goes towards capacity building. And I think with the crop of scholars in university now, if that capacity building can begin in tertiary institutions, it would be quite beneficial to our organizations in general. So I just want to know, from your perspective, are students really eager to venture into renewable energy studies or energy studies for the benefit of the country, or they're more interested in, for example, AI?
I think we are currently seeing a change in the caliber of students that we are having. You are having both far ends of the spectrum, those who are there because their parents said they must go there. And then you have the trailblazers who are actually, even though they're interested in the AI, but they want to use AI in the application of AI into systems that include natural resources management. I think this will allude to the fact that we are seeing more of these students taking part in stakeholder engagements for the environment, and we are seeing them applying for environmental funds. We are seeing them taking action for real. And also, I think, as my party is also here, I can say that what the university is now trying to do, I will say nothing about the report of SCI. What the university now is trying to do is move away from these sectoral teachings. Now we are having centers of excellence that are championing these issues. I, for example, I'm coming from a reactivity and materials chemistry point of view, and then you have Mavimbela coming from the physics perspective and engineering perspective. We all come together in the Center of Sustainability Energy Research, which then gives us an opportunity to give out to students or to mentor students in the holistic approach of energy management and also the development of technologies for renewable energies. I think the support from UNDP, for instance, with the first cohort of students who were being taught about solar energy has been very eye-opening for the university, and we are looking for such projects in the future to develop a student that is going to participate in the economy and in our solutions.
Thank you. Observing all protocol, ngalon vusabenan. Ngitawuzama kungabuti kakhulu ngalomkhuba kubuta kakhulu. And firstly make a disclaimer ukuthi ngitikhulumela mina, ngisuka emakesini angikhulumela umqashi wami. Amen. maybe to start from what Nozipo is saying, I think Nozipo AI is a tool and a system. Loko mqoka le ma universities ukuthi si tfundise lo mqondo ukuthi train people how do you apply these tools to solving the right problems, because it's a tool which can be used in multiple problems. I think our MD just recently because challenger in terms of exploring AI in addressing the issue of dispatchability alama renewable energy sources. So that's an application area of application as well. Ngicela kuwela kuleya kami imibuzo. Hallelujah. I think I'll direct my questions mainly to Babe Dlamini na Mr. Musenyi. Nkansi, they will help each other where they feel like they'll help each other. The first question may be surrounding the issue of renewable energy plants, procurement and funding. Looking at Mr. Musenyi, looking at what you were saying in terms of how you have different capacities in the different regions within Africa, and probably considering that in the light of, could see, many different African countries are creating renewable solutions in silos, what would you say is the role of a submarket in sort of, because you may find that if we have limited financing, then we're not all supposed to be building renewable energy power plants at the same time. Maybe linking that question to maybe could see what would you say is the focus of the submarket in terms of price stability and affordability of energy in that market? Would you want governments to bank and rely on the trends in terms of affordability and also reliability of what people can buy there? I hope it's not so much, but issue of funding. Are we all supposed to be building renewable energy power plants for ourselves as individual countries? Second question, directed to Babe Dlamini. Two things. What would you say has been the main cause of the slow generation expansion in Eswatini? That's the first question. Ugawa Kulumisa would see you've had an issue, you've seen an issue where MI investors at Fola would see some of the projects we'd want to do, renewable energy projects, are risky and was Kamala risk averse. One looking from afar would think that these are proven technologies and the business cases are very clear in terms of how the systems are supposed to work and what's the return. Where is this risk coming from for investors? Why have we been slow in generation expansion? And what's the role of private sector participation in increasing the pace of expanding our local generation? Then lastly, the issue of energy affordability. What do you think is the role of government? Waseswatini, hayi wangaphandle waseswatini. Mhlambe ngishesha musho lastly wekugcina. Kulenza by third party usage of transmission line ye utility. Eskom sike sabona inkinga lapho khona, they have the funding, they have the renewable energy resources, but inzaba lenkulu leba kama kwenye inzaba ye grid availability. I think we praise the utility because we've been investing in our grid in the past few years to just try and create a grid which is ready for some of these opportunities. How will we control in Zaba? I know there's a willing framework. Could see a grid yetfu Makasin to Kunmelamine Chairperson. Ingasetchendiswa bound labetene funding the projects abo, such that some of the projects which maybe the EEC would have wanted to do in that grid se queuing because I think it's a mouthful that I've said, but I hope thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the panelists to take the questions and respond.
Thank you for that question. I think from my my side, do we all need to develop renewable energy plans in the region considering the financial constraints that we are facing? My answer is yes, because we are as strong as our weakest link. So for us to diversify our energy development portfolios, indeed we need to all develop renewable energy resources. Because if you look at the African region, Southern Africa as a whole, we have got different credit risk ratings. So our access to financial resources varies spatially and temporally as well. Because from time to time you would find other countries that are powerful, more powerful than us, setting certain standards for us, maybe in form of sanctions, embargoes, etc., or just having a certain perception that they have, and that would sort of affect the flow of foreign direct investment or any form of financial resources that can support development of renewable energies. So indeed, we all need to develop renewable energy resources, but at various levels. Because if you look at some countries have actually faced challenges with regards to the already existing conventional renewable energy technologies, mainly in the space of hydro, due to climate change. I can give you an example of Zimbabwe and Zambia. Hydro in Zimbabwe used to constitute something like 54%. And in Zambia, it constituted 85% of their grid. And with the coming of climate change, the Kariba Dam complex, which has an installed capacity from the Zimbabwean side, is a 1050 megawatt power station, that is Kariba South. Then Kariba North from the Zambian side, they have got a 1080 megawatts. You can't believe that those power stations were generating only a fraction of their normal generation operational capacity. Like from the Zambian side, they were generating roughly 300 megawatts in average for the past, I think, 2 years, due to the shortage of water resources in the 1080 megawatt installed capacity. In Zimbabwe, they were generating around 250, 245 against an installed capacity of 1050 megawatts. That is actually a big problem. But you have countries that also have their grid decorated mainly by thermal. If you look at South Africa, for example, it's a mainly a thermal resource. And those countries will need also to do some investments in renewables. Yes, they have actually put in place some of the structures in a renewable in form of wind and solar, as well as hydropower stations run over river and also storage in Drakensberg. So those are some of the things that I think the whole region should do, because if we all do that, we also diversify our domestic economies, creating opportunities for the local people, but at the same time creating an impact in the region in terms of energy supply, among other things. Because if we don't need to just look at renewable energy generation as an initiative maybe to counter the effects of climate change, but also as an economic opportunity for our people within the countries. So if these opportunities are only confined in individual in a few countries and not the whole region, they will not stimulate the desired growth that is needed. Thank you.
Mr. Dlamini?
Yeah, there's quite a number. Firstly, perhaps I would start with the issue of risk-averse nature of lenders or the financing space. I think from where we sit and from where I sit, largely the issue of country risk and investment grading comes into the fore. Fortunately, our country has recently been upgraded. I think it's to a B, some level of B rating by Moody's, so that's a positive. But also the investment grade of the utility as well. That's something that the investment community tends to put a close eye on in assessing the riskiness of an investment, over and above some other investment criteria that could be used. On the issue of causes of delay in generation expansion in the country, there's a legacy to this in that we come from an era previously where before competitive bidding was initiated, it's always been in the provisions of the Electricity Act. We had licensed several undertakings, and those would just not take off. So in times past, you have found that you've given some of these licensees the opportunity to keep on giving you feedback as to the status of development of these projects, and we've had to terminate or sort of cancel some of these older licenses from that dispensation. I think what has really helped also as well then is the competitive tendering that government then engaged to try and find private sector partners to develop generation in the country. So it's a combination of, really honestly, Begnene, historically the ESCOM price was quite cheap if you go back into the 90s. And now with the new build that's going on there and some of the issues they have there, I think over the last 10 years, we have as a country found ourselves realizing that solution is not going to work. You know, so I think that's one of the other delays. Historically, we come from a legacy of what was cheap power, and the world is shifting now. Maybe that's an attempt to respond to that one. And then the role of government in affordability of energy. I'll speak in the context of, obviously, chiefly we know that government creates an enabling environment for these works, but I think interventions, policy interventions, including an aggregate of the tax concessions that are available in the country to assist with lowering a tariff. We are quite grateful that the government has considered, with some of the work that we're doing, providing termination guarantees, which are a contingent liability to the government, but that's been a consideration that's been made. So I think government plays a role there, obviously, not only in a stable, predictable policy environment, which then informs investment decision making, but from where our government is right now, some of the positives they've done is the consideration of these guarantees and some tax exemptions or concessions. I would argue then that these would still need to be packaged, obviously. We are learning as we go as a country, but certainly there's some work that the Ministry of Finance is also doing just to assist the energy space in making sure that it's aligned with regional and international best practice in terms of power projects. Then the last one on grid availability and the use of EEC's grid and not blocking the grid, as it were. Look, I think, fortunately my colleagues are here, but I'll try to attempt to answer this. The wheeling framework in itself does sort of allow for the transmission availability to be published, but the available capacity on the grid, that's one issue. And I think there's some criteria for project prioritization and readiness. So I think those are some of the stopgaps that you could put in there. What Kanzi, you've awarded this capacity to a certain entity and it takes 10, 15 years, and now you're holding other projects that are ready to go. So definitely there's some readiness and assessment that would have to be done on a project for project, and just tracking these projects on an incremental basis to see if the work is really moving forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your expertise and insight. Just a minute. Can you just give your closing remarks, Dr. Mafu, then we'll move to Dr. Dlamini and then Mr. Hussein.
I think my closing statement would be on social and the technology. I was watching the chairman of ESCOM the other day. He was saying, we are where we are as Africa because managers have failed to manage, workers have stopped working, and leaders are refusing to lead. I think we are not there yet as a country in that problem. We still are having our managers who are managing, and us as workers we are working. If we continue with that trajectory, we are going to get to a point where we are able to manage our resources and provide for the growth of our economy. Let us, as all of us here, let us talk to each other intentionally with the intention of finding solutions. We are going to be coming to you. We have come to other stakeholders to say, with parts of your work that touches on research and development, please allow us to do it for you. Let us collaborate on that so that we are not just finding academic solutions to real problems, but let us operationalize those solutions so that they can be uptaken by us on the ground. The issue of the expansion of biomass, let us do that in earnest, and also let us make sure that the co-firing of biomass and coal that has shown that we are reducing more than 10% of emissions is very important. Let us invest also in instrumentation that is going to measure in real time how our atmosphere is, so that we can be able to be backed by data when we go to negotiate for some of these issues. And thank you.
Yeah, just from our office, in closing, one would want to firstly appreciate all our stakeholders who have continued, to work with us in running these tender programs that we are running, aimed at sort of reducing reliance on imports and beginning to localize some of the generation. We expect the solar PV procurement program, 75 megawatts, to be reaching financial close sometime this year. And then we expect, obviously, the biomass from the cogeneration space to reach financial close as well later this year. So there's a lot of activity that's happening in relation to just localizing power generation. And I think also just the benefits that come then from a balance of payments perspective and sort of creating employment opportunities for the young people of our country. We know that unemployment is a huge issue that we grapple with. So we hope that some of these works, we know that some of these works will actually create work during construction and then transfer during operation. I think lastly, it's the issue of the tax regime that sort of really facilitates and encourages investment in renewable energy. And we commend the work that the government has done, but we believe more can be done to streamline those efforts and ensure that ultimately the issue of affordability is then also addressed through government's intervention. Thank you.
So from our point of view, from the Southern African Power Pool point of view, we acknowledge that countries within the region have got immense potential. But one thing that we have realized is that unless potential is unlocked, no one benefits from potential. People need tangibles for them to benefit. So in this perspective, from the Eswatini side of things, it's very important that what we have said in our energy policy, let's do it. Because the policy of Eswatini is well-sounding, well-crafted, attends to everything else that the economy needs. But unless if it's implemented, no one will benefit from what has been said on paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being such attentive audience. As we leave this session, the key message, I think it's very clear, but we would like to also emphasize that as we come up with all these interventions, let's ensure that environmental protection is at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for such an insightful session. Mina sengilambile, but I'm on a diet. We look, we don't judge, please. Ngicela ingajajani lo ngatiko ukuthi I'm on 1 meal a day diet. Please close your eyes. Litiya basiphile lapha ngemuva. Sitawuhamba sinathela itiya just for 10 minutes. We are pressed for time. Ushers will usher bamla badzala lapho batalitfola khona litiya. 10 minutes tops, please. Thank you. Kusho ukuthi 11:30 we are all seated.
lady inside the building, a lady that has graced a whole lot of platforms in as far as poetry is concerned. This lady has performed in so many different places. Lamanye ale tindzawo leti khashane kakhulu. International spaces, I tell you. Spaces such as Galavumisa, Galogoba, Nasemhlaleni. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome the award-winning poet, Mo Katz, with a round of applause.
All protocol observed, Sanbonani, Minia Sexen. Sanbonan Banfabaget. I came from the great Gama clan. I was carried by a gorgeous light-skinned maiden. With a smile so bright as she was perfect. I came from the greatness within and without. With thighs so thick, I took after my mom. Look at me, fine, thick and firm. I am the greatest of this generation. They'll be calling me the girl who made poetry look cool, yo, cool. We can do it together. I am your servant of peace, your queen of honesty, authentic in my own right. I am the calm in the storm, the flavor in your coffee. I let you ride in and out my words. I love words. I love in words. I am the truth in your doubt. Look at me, short, thick, light, and well-built. If I were to lose some belly fat, but focus on the positive, because you know she's a fine little shorty-eyed. Are you getting it? I am your muse, day and night. I am the fire in fierce, the flame in amazing, the heat in fire, the log burning sometimes, because this love, I am Mo Katz. I am the dream of 1,000 queens, the girl you tell your daughter to be like, the woman you tell your son to bring home, the maker of the home, the stun of his charm. Oh, I'm sorry, I got carried away. Oh, but thank you, Ma, for giving birth to me. I am the dream of 1,000 queens. My name is Mo Katz. Sanbonan genial. Thank you very much. And I'd like to appreciate Bazana. Thank you to EEC for making me a part of this. Truly appreciate it for us to have a voice. And in the spirit of a collective effort in minimizing or mitigating the negative effects of climate change that we as humans have, this next piece is called Asetame Futhi. Baby, asetame futhi, asibambe luthi, asekhute buthi, sehlulekise imithi, singayengwa kuthi, bantfu bathi, baby, asetame futhi, indlela yinze, imibono midze, ungeke wati imphumelelo, ungeke uve injabulo, uma ngingekho, ngiyakwatisa, ngiyakwethembisa, ngiyakudzinga, nawe uyangidzinga, baby, asetame futhi, emafu ayagucubala, indalo iyaswaba, sengathi nemvelo iyasiphika manje, impilo le iyashintsha, bamfu sebagucuka baba ingoti kuyo imvelo, baby, asetame futhi, let's try again, switch off, give an hour for earth, baby, asetame futhi, asibambe luthi, asekhute buthi, sehlulekise imithi, singayengwa kuthi, bantfu bathi. This time I will be vulnerable, you will see it's only you. We didn't leave our time, got over our tide, but we so love still, baby. Let's try again. Mina nawe siyatsandzana, simaphakathe kithi, sihlanganiswe kwaphakathe, ngako ngingede ngikulahle, hlukana nekungabata, yethemba emehlo ami, look into my eyes and see, believe I fell for you, I fell for you. I could say a million words out of anger, out of love, only a few, just actions, and every action counts, baby. Asetame futhi, let's try again. Let's join the biggest hour for earth, under the moonlit sky, in the dark, fall in love. love again. Baby, asetame futhi. Baby, asetame futhi. Asibambe luthi. Asekhute buthi. Sehlulekise imithi. Singayengwa kuthi. Bantu bathi. Baby, let's switch off. Thank you. No, the last one does. Sit, my brother. Can I do my very last piece? Yes, please hit me up with the very last one. And if we can, I will ask you esteemed people to join me with this last piece. And let's just enjoy it. It's called Like This, the last one. Hit it up. Just a bit, just a bit. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Can we bounce our heads a little? Just moving, you know. Kumbe singashisa shisa. Just a little. Hey, I didn't mean to leave like this. I'm not like this, nor do I like this. But my predicament is like this. I didn't mean this. I didn't mean to leave like this. I'm not like this, nor do I like this. But my predicament is like this. So, listen. When guns kill people, sons breed people, pens misspell words, but Miss Kelly Rowland had a firstborn baby whilst I'm a firstborn story. Well, guns kill people, sons breed people, pens misspell words, schools sharpens minds, exposes minds, pollutes minds, shapes minds, scorns from people. But listen, hey, I didn't mean to leave like this. I'm not like this, nor do I like this. But my predicament is like this. No, I didn't mean this. I didn't mean to leave like this. I'm not like this, nor do I like this. It's just my predicament like this. What? Whew. I let him in, not knowing the shameful path he'd walked in. So he and his demons I let in. Once, twice, thrice he was out. In was another, biggest, fattest swallow before my table. An offer I could not reject. My heart became subject to effect because my mind failed to detect and project. Hey, I didn't mean to leave. I'm not like this, nor do I like this. But my predicament is like this. Can you join me now? Hey, I didn't mean to leave. I'm not, nor do I. But my predicament is like this. Sangiva man. Hey, I didn't mean this. I didn't mean to live. I'm not, nor do I. It's just my predicament like this. Hey, I didn't mean this. I didn't mean to live. I'm not, nor do I. It's just my predicament like this. It's like this. It's like this. Thank you very much. This. It's like this.
Wanti bantu futhi bengicela kuthi sishayele MD wethu Dandla futhi kuthi ete lapha asinike iforward bantu futhi siyekele umuthi sishaye kakhulu kunaloku bantu futhi.
Good morning. It's very difficult to live up to the expectation, especially after this performance, and also after the performance of the panels and presenters before me. I don't know why they say this is a forward, because it's happening somewhere in the middle. Maybe it's because the serious stuff begins. I will try to catch up on the time that we have lost. And I do apologize to our guests of honor for that. May I begin right away and acknowledge the presence of the United, I'll start with the Minister's representative, the PS from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. Thank you very much for coming, Madam. The United Nations Residence Commissioner, welcome. Mr. George, and we thank you for your coming as well. I'll also want to welcome our guests from the CEOs of various companies that are present here. In particular, welcome Muzi Siaya, who is joining the Earth Hour family for the first time this year. And thank you very much for coming. And we believe that there will be more joining the Earth Hour family in the future. Similarly with the regulatory authorities here as well. We are not in cahoots, but we are collaborating together to make the energy industry, the electricity supply industry environment workable. I also would like to welcome all our distinguished guests that are present here. I know Standard Bank are here, Nedbank are here as well. I haven't seen GOP, I've seen MTK as well. Members of the Fourth Estate, you are welcome here as well, and thank you very much for making it here. We hope that you will write favorably regarding this symposium today. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the symposium. This is the 6th symposium that we have held, and it's been growing. And today we have had an international flair as well, as you have seen on the panel that we had. We had a speaker from the Southern African Power Pool, and there were nuggets that we could take. The university as well provided a very good input into this symposium. Thank you very much. Similarly with the regulatory authority, we are quite grateful for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege for me to stand here today to mark yet another shared commitment to environmental stewardship we call the Earth Hour 2025 Symposium. The theme today is Advancing Climate Justice, Sustainable Energy Transition for Developing Nations, the Eswatini Experience. This year marks, as I said, the 6th Earth Hour Symposium, which we have hosted as EEC, and we are grateful to our support, the support that we receive from our collaborating partners on this occasion. Globally, the community is the global community is grappling with the triple planetary crisis, and it is very key that as Eswatini we contribute our own efforts to mitigate climate change issues and mitigate the biodiversity loss that the world is experiencing and the pollution. Earlier on, you've heard the environmental officer from Eswatini Electricity Company asking us a few questions which were very basic but very key. We couldn't live with oily water, we couldn't live with polluted air, and everybody wants clean air. It is important that we maintain this environment, not for ourselves, but for the future generations that will follow us. And therefore, as EEC, we have witnessed quite a lot of calamities as a result of climate change, and these calamities have resulted in increasing the cost of providing the service to you. So climate change is not just an issue about pollution, it's also about managing the cost, because it spans across the sectors. The health sector is affected, the agricultural sector is affected, infrastructure is affected, and everything else that comes with it. And everything is a cost to us in the economy. Now, it is important that for EEC to continue to make these commendable strides in trying to mitigate environmental issues. Now, you would have learned earlier on as well that Eswatini Electricity Company produces electricity from 100% renewable energy resources. At the moment, we have hydro and solar, and our solar has battery storage as well, which we will welcome the university to do more research on the impacts and the influence of batteries on the solar production to try and mitigate its intermittency. Ladies and gentlemen, I will like to also thank the United Nations, the ministry, for honoring this occasion. It is important that we share these ideas and formulate policies that will enable the development of green energy economy as it is espoused in the program of action that was recently launched by the Prime Minister. And EEC is committed in doubling the renewable energy capacity by 2030, aligning to the global targets. And we welcome other contributors so that we can at least triple this as it was committed in the last COP20, in the COP28 that was held in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, net zero in 2050 is not an objective that cannot be achieved. All it needs is our efforts to put investment and technology towards achieving that goal. In fact, we can be even absolute zero if we do more research on energy generation and also mobility energy requirements as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like us to remember the earth from day zero. If you look through Genesis chapter 1, you will realize that it was created perfect. And there was order. Then came the human beings on the last day, and they started to disobey God's order. And we even hid away from God once we have started this misconduct. And it is this misconduct that has resulted in us now trying in our own wisdom to restore the earth to its original state from day zero. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to challenge you that read the Bible and relate to what you are doing, because your contribution to the agenda to clean up the earth is important. Whenever you buy something, just consider where that plastic is going and how it was produced. And as EEC, we have started to look at other alternative technologies to bring in clean energy. You have heard earlier on that some of the technologies we use are climate sensitive. If there is no water, there is no generation. We have experienced that in November when we had to shut down half of our power generation on the Usutu Basin because of lack of water. We also had experienced low levels at Maguka, and we had to reduce production from Maguka Dam. But now, the Lord being good, we have abundance of rain, so we can generate freely because all our dams are now overspilling. Now, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we need to look at an energy mix that is resilient to climate change. And it is that for that reason we are doing the geothermal energy project, because it is been proven, particularly in Kenya, that it is resilient to climate shocks, whether it is floods or it is droughts. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that the Earth Hour is more than a symbolic gesture. You have heard from the panel here that if we were to save and manage our demand on a daily basis, the world will be a better place to live in. Now, I have been told that today we are going to stand up and say this slogan after me. Hashtag biggest hour for Earth. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker needs no more introduction in the country. He is the residence for the United Nations family. I'd like you to come forward to say a few remarks about justice in the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkonta. I now see your other side, perhaps a pastor as well, that I didn't know. But thank you so much for those remarks. I also want to join you in expressing this sense of injustice, that even though we're here to talk about justice, both you and I have been called on the stage after the very vibrant performance by Market. It's amazing to be asked to follow up on such an act. It's an injustice, even though we are here to talk about justice. So, Ms. Bingo, PS Energy and Environmental Resources, Dr. Mavibela, Mr. Tsabete of ESFRA. I also recognize my friend, Mr. Siaya from, I would say, the sugar industry. I know you come from a specific part of the sugar industry, but I want to talk generally about the sugar industry. And all colleagues that are here in the room, good morning, Sanibonani Eguseni. Good to be here, good to see you, all of you. It is a pleasure to be here, to join you as we mark this year's Earth Hour. And I want to really appreciate EEC and the Ministry of Energy for convening us here today to talk about this important topic. I wasn't going to be here. I would really have loved for our technical colleagues from the various agencies to be here so that they can speak to this very technical and important subject from an expert perspective. But it turned out to be a very, very busy period for everybody. So I said it's important, it's an important day, and I will show up and represent the UN family in this particular conversation. So please consider my being here as an expression of solidarity with all of you. So my solidarity and presence becomes much more important than whatever else I'm going to say from this point forward. And really applauding, I think we've heard it from Mr. Mkonta, the great efforts that the country is making through the government and through various partnerships to already transition to green energy. We really want to applaud the efforts, hearing that at least for all the locally generated energy in this country, it's green. That's really something that we need to applaud. Now, I came in and I found a very important, interesting conversation going on there. I picked up words that I don't even understand what they mean. So I hope that whatever I'm going to be saying makes sense. Maybe later, I was hoping to talk to, I think he's from SAP, who talked about stranded assets. And I thought that's a new concept for me. I would like to understand what that might mean going forward. I was asked to talk about climate justice. And I'm sure some things were already said, some things are very clear already what this means, particularly in the broader context of where we are as a world grappling with the environmental crisis, climate crisis, and therefore this idea of climate justice. I don't want to assume that this topic wasn't already covered in some ways by the earlier speakers, but I just want to point out that for me, when I hear climate justice, I think about it in two parts. The first part is descriptive. Descriptively, it is based on the idea that those who have contributed the least to climate change have had to bear the worst of the impact of the climate crisis. So it just descriptively says that those have contributed least are suffering the most. And according to the Africa Development Bank, we are told that Africa, which only contributes about 4% of global emissions, is spending on an annual basis between 7 and 15 billion US dollars to deal with climate crisis. That's a lot of money by any measure. So prescriptively, which is why we're here, is the idea that those have contributed the least to climate crisis should not be left to unfairly bear the burden of the negative impacts. So we move from just describing it to be prescriptive, saying we should not be allowed to bear the burden, unfairly so, of mitigating the crisis. And then a second part of that is to say that those that are most impacted by climate crisis are also those that are mostly in need of accelerating their development because they have aspirations to lift people from poverty. And therefore, the idea is that those that are needing to accelerate development to lift their people out of poverty should not be forced to unfairly slow down or stop their development aspirations, because then it will be an unjust requirement for such a demand. So a key element then of justice has been to the insistence that ensuring value, for example, when you think about an element of justice that has come up repeatedly, we are talking about moving to green energies that are going to require what we call critical minerals coming from around our world. And we are told 60% of those are found where? In Africa. So a key part of this justice equation, climate justice, is that we really have a responsibility as actors on this continent to try to figure out how do we ensure that even as we offer these critical minerals, so-called critical minerals, to the rest of the world, so that we can transition to clean energy, we are doing that and getting fair value for these critical minerals. So that becomes a critical part also of the justice conversation. I don't know whether Eswatini has mapped its own critical minerals, where they are and how much they are worth, but that is one of the things that we really need to do, so that as we enter the conversation about financing these huge transitions that we are going to have to be making, we also have negotiating chips. That we are telling the world, here we stand, we have this. We require financing to transition justly to greener energy, and we need the financing in exchange of our critical minerals. So our African countries particularly have a major responsibility in ensuring this just transition. So as I think further about the subject, specific subject of sustainable energy transitions, which is part of the theme today, three ideas that have already been mentioned that perhaps it's good to make sure that we have a good a common understanding of what they mean. And this is the energy mix, which Mr. Mukonta has already mentioned. Then there is the idea of transition, whether just or unjust. And then there is the idea of just transition. I think these are three concepts that we need to really make sure that we are all on the common page in terms of what they mean. First, the energy mix. It recognizes that we are all starting from somewhere. And all of us are largely starting from pollutive energies. The energy mix is the idea of making sure that we are exploring all the potential sources of energy within our boundaries or within our access to ensure that we are benefiting at the maximum from the various energy sources that we have, whether these are fossil fuels, whether these are renewable sources, and so on, having a clear idea of what is the total energy mix that is affordable, available to us in our particular countries, and so on. And that assessment of our current energy mix is what then provides the basis for moving on the conversation to the next idea of the transition. The transition is simply the idea that we have to plan forward. That the reality of the world is that we are having to move from the use of fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. So transitions is about planning forward from where we are right now, assessing our possibilities and knowing what are the options we have of departing from pollutive sources to cleaner sources of energy. And we all know currently that the trends globally are towards renewable energies becoming more and more affordable and non-renewable energies becoming more and more unaffordable. So as we move on that journey, let's be assessing what it is that we can be doing to align ourselves to the necessary transitions toward renewable energies. Now, the third one is the just transition part. And it goes back to the definitions that we have talked about, both the descriptive and the prescriptive. The idea that the switch from pollutive sources of energy to clean ones is resource intensive. It costs money. It has consequences for how we move forward. And therefore, we cannot transition to clean energy if we do not have the resources to do so. We cannot tell countries to simply abandon sources of energy that they have and transition if at the same time we're not trying to make an effort to avail the resources to do so. So the idea of the just transition is the idea of where do we get the resources to support these transitions, to make it possible for these transitions to happen? And number two, how do we do so without disrupting the development trajectories of the countries that are involved in this particular transition? Now, let me just move on to some key messages then in terms of these transitions. First of all, the whole idea of effective partnerships. Now, last week, was it last week or early this week? Now I get confused. Things are moving so quickly. I think it was last week. We had an intensive session with colleagues from the private sector in the context of developing the strategic direction of the new United Nations Development Cooperation with Eswatini for the next 5 years, beginning January next year. And the conversation with the private sector was basically about partnerships, saying that the landscape of development has changed tremendously. There was a time when we talked about donor aid. That receded. Then we started talking about donor funding. That has also receded. And now we're at the point where we are talking about development financing, a recognition that financing for development, including for energy, has to be resourced either with domestically mobilized resources or through going to the money markets and finding the money. There will be no donations of the scale that will enable any country to transition without mobilizing the resources. So the idea then of partnerships amongst governments, private sector actors, the academics who are represented here, even communities, becomes absolutely important. And I'm really happy to see Mr. Siaya here. One of the conversations last week with the private sector was, of course, what is happening in the sugar belt, particularly the use of biomass. And we made a commitment with the business Eswatini and the UN family that will be looking to make a visit to the sugar belt, to meet with the companies there and explore partnerships going forward. So I'm really happy to see you here as an expression of the partnerships that already exist with regard to the transitions to clean energy. So one is effective partnerships and how important they are. The other one is global presence and advocacy. Lenses for the bigger picture. Eswatini is a small country. Africa, we are 1.2 billion people, but economically, we are still infants. So we cannot do what we need to do if we only focus on ourselves. We have to have lenses for the bigger picture. What is happening in the world around us? What are the possibilities and the limitations that the world around us is imposing on us? From the perspective of the United Nations, I can say without any fear of contradiction that our Secretary General has been truly outspoken on the right side of history with regard to what needs to happen on issues of climate justice, climate crisis, and how we need to move forward in a fair and just manner. We have to represent ourselves as well. A reference has been made to the conversations that took place in Nairobi in 2023, the Africa Climate Summit. We have to stay on the ball. The continent has to stay united with regard to what we are saying to the rest of the world. Part of it, as I said, has to revolve around the questions of the critical minerals. What do we offer the rest of the world that enables us to sit on the global platforms from a position of strength? We should not go to these spaces as people that are victims coming to beg. We have something to offer. But of course, if we take the attitude that the critical minerals are only in Congo and Congo is on fire, we're not going to win the battle. We have to own everything that is happening on the continent, be mindful of it, see what we can do as a continent together to advocate on global platforms for how we are going to transition together, what we are bringing to the table that will help us to do that. In 2015, when we launched the 2030 agenda, not 15 years, there was a conference in Addis Ababa, and it was called the First International Conference on Financing Sustainable Development. Countries made commitments to provide financing for sustainable development. Today, 5 years to the end of the 2030 agenda, we have only achieved 17% of what we promised to achieve by 2030. Now, there is a new conference coming up. It's in June 2025. A lot of hope has been put on this particular conference. It's going to be held in Spain, Seville, and it's going to be the 4th International Conference on Financing Sustainable Development. A key conversation which speaks to the issue of justice is the idea of the global financial architecture and how it needs to be reformed, why it needs to be reformed. You've heard this said before, that developing countries like Eswatini and others, the majority of those in Africa, pay almost 3 times, sometimes 10 times more to borrow money internationally than do developed countries. That is an injustice. Of course, there could be arguments, economic reasons for why this is the case, but we have to recognize this as an injustice on which we need to push back. We cannot finance the energy transitions if the cost of money internationally remains prohibitive. And so part of the advocacy, part of our presence in these forums is to share these messages collectively as a continent in terms of how we move forward. Finally, let me talk about how we must ensure that solutions that we are working on do not become new problems. And I like to hope that that concept I heard that I do not understand, stranded assets, which I would want to understand more, perhaps is related to this idea, that there are many possible solutions, but there needs to be good collaborations amongst ourselves, governments, policymakers, academics, to really assess the solutions that are on offer to ensure that a few years down the line, what we thought were solutions become problems. Last year, I think it was, we had something we called the Green Indaba. And I did mention this idea. For example, one of the proposed solutions and sources of financing, climate financing, is the idea of carbon credits. And I don't know how much research our academics and policymakers have done on this issue to begin developing the policy and regulatory frameworks. If this is a space that is attractive for the country, we need to know exactly what this is. At one level, it's a good possible solution and source of climate financing. But it's also wrought with lots of pitfalls if we do not fully understand how it functions, who are the drivers behind it, how it benefits or does not benefit communities and countries and so on. So really an appeal that we need to ensure that we are ready when we are developing these solutions so that they do not become future problems. Finally, again, I must end by talking about our role as the United Nations. First, in the panel, it was acknowledged that indeed we are collaborating with the University of Eswatini through UNDP and various other actors on the issues of energy literacy and transitions. We have been supporting solarization in the country, but our partnerships is broader than that. We have a global vantage point. We can help convene actors, including on the areas of how can we mobilize the financing that we need to do the transitions that we need. But we stand committed to work with Eswatini, in whichever way possible, to ensure that we are moving forward together. So once again, I thank you, EEC and the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources for gathering us together. I thank you all for your commitments. I thank the private sector for the partnerships, the academics for the roles that you're playing, and all members of communities for the work that you're doing to make sure that indeed we preserve the planet even as we pursue our development objectives. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wachira. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to the Director of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, Mrs. Thabile Nkosi, who will then introduce our keynote speaker. Cela simshayele idandla. Okay, akusiye Mrs. Thabile.
Wakamkhonda naye. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I would like to introduce the representative of the Minister for Natural Resources and Energy, Ms. Lindy Wembingo, who is the Principal Secretary in the Ministry. The Ministry, as you will recall, is a policy maker, and you will recall that there is an energy master plan and a short-term generation plan that has been developed by the Ministry in collaboration with key stakeholders within the industry. PS, thank you very much for honoring this symposium, and I'm sure that there is a lot that you have picked up that will go into the policy. Thank you very much. May you please take your podium. And please welcome the PS to the podium. With a bigger round of applause.
Thank you, MD, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here standing on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness Umranengos Longokela. He would have loved to be amongst us today, but unfortunately, owing to other equally important national assignments, he couldn't be with us today. Hence, I'll be reading his speech. The UN Resident Coordinator, Babe George Wachira, the MD of Ubombo Sugar, Babe Siaya, the MD of Eswatini Electricity Company, the MD of the Energy Regulatory Authority, the representative of the MD of Nedbank Eswatini, the representative of the MD of the Standard Bank Limited, captains of industry, senior government officials, EEC management, distinguished representative of various partners, esteemed members of the business community, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani namuhla. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today at the Earth Hour 2025 Symposium and Media Launch. This occasion marks an important step in our continued commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development. Earth Hour is not just a symbolic event. It is a global movement that unites people, businesses, and governments in the fight against pressing environmental challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Today, as we launch the 2025 edition of this initiative, we reaffirm our collective responsibility to safeguard the future of our planet. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Eswatini Electricity Company and all esteemed Earth Hour partners for their unwavering dedication to this cause. Your commitment serves as a beacon of hope in our quest for a sustainable future. It is no wonder that EEC was recognized for being the Green Parastatal of the Year 2024-25 at the Temvelo Awards. This was for the outstanding commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainability. Nature is our life support system, and it is our duty to protect and preserve it. It is in that spirit that I also take this opportunity to encourage more organizations, businesses, and individuals to join us in this noble endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all witnessed the devastating effects of climate change in Eswatini, which are becoming more frequent. We experience extreme weather conditions ranging from severe droughts, heat waves, and intense storms to erratic rainfall patterns. that have threatened our livelihoods, damaged critical infrastructure, and most tragically resulted in loss of life. These environmental challenges underscore our nation's vulnerability and emphasize the urgent need for decisive action. As stewards of Eswatini's natural resources, we have a responsibility to implement policies and initiatives that mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. This year's Earth Hour theme is Advancing Climate Justice, Sustainable Energy Transitions for Developing Nations, the Eswatini Experience. It is timely and critical. Sustainable energy is at the heart of climate justice, as it ensures equitable access to clean, reliable, and affordable power for all. This symposium provides a valuable platform for stakeholders to explore solutions that support climate justice while strengthening energy security and promoting sustainable economic growth. Eswatini has made a commendable progress in renewable energy development. Today, 100% of our domestic energy generation is sourced from renewables. However, our heavy reliance on imported electricity, accounting for over 70% of our total energy demand, poses significant risks to our energy security, affordability, and long-term sustainability. As a government, we are committed to diversifying our energy sources and expanding our renewable energy portfolio. Through strategic investments and partnerships with the private sector in hydropower, solar, biomass, and geothermal energy, we aim to enhance our resilience and reduce our dependence on imported power. Aligned with the COP29 vision of enhancing ambition and enabling action, today's discussions should highlight Eswatini's achievements in renewable energy while addressing existing challenges. With climate finance as a priority, the symposium should explore sustainable energy solutions and investment opportunities that will enable us to build a climate-resilient future. Together, we must work towards the global goal of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Achieving a sustainable energy transition requires cross-sector collaboration. Every individual, household, business, and policymaker has a huge role to play. It is only through collective action that we can secure a greener, cleaner, and more resilient Eswatini. I urge the citizens of Eswatini to participate in the biggest hour for Earth on the 22nd of March, 2025. Let us all switch off non-essential lights and appliances for 1 hour as a show of solidarity and commitment to our planet. Our dedication must, however, go beyond this hour. It must rather be a lifelong commitment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, I hereby declare the Earth Hour 2025 initiative officially launched. Thank you. For the benefit of Bogogo, Nabomkulu, Emakaya, Mfana Nkosi uyayathandela ukuthi sisikhulume isiSwati sakithi. Gafishane nje. Maswati lamahle. Umhlangano wanamuhla wekuphakamisa i-Earth Hour yeminyaka wa 2025. I-Earth Hour ke bonkosi indzaba lebukwe umhlaba wonke. Ihlanganisa emabhizinisi bohulumende nesive sonke ekulweni nekunyukubeteka kwemvelo nekuguquguquka kwesimo selitulu. Bekunene sibonga kakhulu inkampani yemagezi yaka EEC nabo onke ema-partners lasekele lo msebenzi. Imvelo, impilo yethu sonke. Ngako ke kubalekile ukuthi siyonke phinze sinakekele. Sikhuthata ke wonke ukuthi adlale liqhaza lelibonakalako ekongeni imvelo. Ngobe sesibonile tehlakalo letibangwa kuguquguquka kwesimo selitulu. Letifaka ekhathi somiso, kushisa, netiphepho kanye netimbakatsa tesangqotvo letislimatako kakhulu. Lo mhlangano lona ke emalangeni uphinze unike lithuba lekubonisana ngetindlela letihlobile naletikhonsako kuqiniseka ukuthi live liyatimela etindzabeni tekuphehla gesi kanye nekuthuthukisa umnotfo walelive lethu. Live laseSwatini ke libalwa nalamanye emave lahamba embili kuphehla gesi. Sisebenzisa amandla lahlobile lesithi pheceleti yi-renewable energy. Kepha ke live lisenemsebenzi lomnengi ukuthi linciphise ukuthatha gesi bomakhelwane. Sinayo ke imsebenzi lesiyendako nemlawuli wetemandla eSwatini wayo i-renewable energy. Lesithemba ukuthi lemisebenzi itawuphela masinyane. Siyalisebenta letindzaba tekuphehla gesi kanye nenkampani yetemagesi. Ngicela ukuthatha lelithuba nje kukhutsata onke emaswati ukuthi abe yingcenye yemkhankaso we-Earth Hour mhla ka 22 March 2025. Lapho ke sitawubhekeka ukuthi sicime gesi li-hour linye nje vo. Kumcoka ke noko lokuthi singagcini kuleli hour nje. Kungaba kuhle ukuthi lento lena isale iba ngomkhuba wethu. Sitokhona konga gesi nje silive sithole nema benefits alokho. Nine bekunene ngalawo mavi nje lamafishane ngithi i-Earth Hour yalomnyaka wa 2025 seyethuliwe ngaloku semthethweni. Inkosi ngibusise.
Siyabonga kakhulu make. Baya sikhuthata ukuthi ungasanyamalali basemagesini. Bathi kunendlela ledlula ngasekhaya.
Before sendlule ngasekhaya PS ngidawucela ukuthi libandla lengiside libuyise naye i-ribbon lapha ngaphambili lisiboleke nesikelo. Kunemsebenzi lesitawenda niyathi ukuthi emshadweni kuye kube sekusikwa likhekhe. Sesitawusika likhekhe ke nyalo kuze ukuthi lo msebenzi lona ushicilelwe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to cut the ribbon with the PS to officially launch the Earth Hour. And this is the banner. If you can put it around the center. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, this is the banner that has the slogan. I see two different slogans. I saw a slogan there, and I see another slogan there, but this is the official slogan now, which says, PS, please go ahead. All right, there goes the ribbon. Okay, there we have now unveiled this year's Earth Hour, which is hashtag biggest hour for Earth. Thank you very much. Only CPS.
Siyabonga kakhulu Maswati lamahle. Kuthi nje angibude ukuthi ingabe nisekhona yini? Nisekhona yini? Angiphinze nisekhona yini kwekugcina ngci? Hallelujah. Khona le ngimva ngalapha athi singayapi sisengakadli. Yangilaba kamanzini futhi. Athi singayapi singakadli. Right. So happy again and honored to be part of this great event. Nginelithemba ukuthi laba sithamela kubomabonakude nabo basahamba nathi bayabona ukuthi kumnanzi kunjeya, and we've officially opened for this 2025 Earth Hour, and definitely bathi create the biggest hour for Earth. Ningayikhohlwa ke le hashtag leyo ngendeka iqhamuke ku quiz ngiyasho nje. Bazalwane, moving along with our program, I please introduce a man who needs no introduction, as he heads the Department of Physics in the University of Eswatini. He is also a coordinator of the Center for Sustainable Energy Research at the university. His primary research interests are in dynamics of disorder systems, as well as the energy and the environment. In the energy sector, he has been involved in energy planning as well as the impact of energy use to the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a huge and warm round of applause, may we please welcome Dr. Trina A. Mavimbela.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Presentation. Who's controlling? To the representative of the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, the PS, to the UN Resident Coordinator, the MDs of the various organizations here, may I just stand on all protocol because of time and proceed with the presentation we have prepared. But I do want to remark that the people who were working on the program probably made a mistake. As the last born in my family, I never speak after Bandlabatsala, but they've put me on the spotlight. And also some of the things I intend talking about have also been covered to some extent by quite a number of speakers, and I will actually use that fact to probably shorten my presentation. I've been tasked with just starting a conversation really, because these are deep issues that cannot be attended to in a 15-minute presentation. So therefore, I've been tasked with this task of speaking about a balanced energy portfolio, in particular, what are our options in terms of renewable base load options for the country. And obviously in this presentation, I will deliberately not talk about some of the other cleaner technologies, but perhaps let's move on to the next slide. Let's actually get started. In the energy space, there are probably a few things to note. You probably have heard the word demand, 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 and others may have mentioned supply. And we do need to probably have an understanding of these two, demand, supply, and how they actually interact. Those from the power utility, of course, are very familiar with how they interact through the system's operations. So I want to just briefly talk about how do we create demand for electricity. It's all of us, together with industries. When we plug into the main supply of electricity, we're putting what we call a load onto the system. So all of us do contribute, and our contributions are actually not uniform, even in terms of the time of year, in terms of the time of day, and things like that. So perhaps maybe just let's skip this slide now, and I want to trouble you a bit with some pictures with numbers on them. This picture, I stole it from the document that is being developed as the new short-term generation expansion plan. This picture actually shows what we will refer to as the power demand. Now, when I talked about us creating demand, I probably have to also emphasize that there are two aspects to this story. There is the power demand and the energy demand. And luckily, this picture actually summarizes both. My graph over there, on the vertical axis, is basically when we're plugging all these power-consuming appliances onto the system, we actually push the demand. You may have actually looked at your refrigerator or stove and seen a number with a W at the end, or KW at the end. That is actually the demand or the load. Each time you plug that on, it increases the load by that amount. So that's why I say it is you and I who's creating demand to the system. And this is not so the demand on the system is not a constant value, as shown by this picture. So there are these fluctuations that we see in this picture. Of course, we've scaled this to start very high so that the picture is nicer. But you can see that where we are starting is very, very high in terms of the numbers there. Now, I want to speak to then the part of the load that is base load. And what I want to try and do is to emphasize that to speak to the issue of energy security, particularly on the electricity side, we cannot go on with the conversation without mentioning this issue of base load. And to sort of give the significance of that, I want to just quickly say, if we wanted to know the energy demand associated with this power demand, in those who've done some advanced mathematics will know that we will calculate something called the area under the curve there, right? Now, the lowest level at which the system has to be constantly supplied throughout the year, that's what we refer to as the base load. Now, if we were to draw just a straight line, probably at around 110 megawatts or so, we will be looking at the base load for that particular year, right? Again, I just want to quickly go through these numbers. So if we were to take that 110 and multiply it by the number of hours in a year, we'll actually get what is the energy demand associated with our base load. And this will be the energy that we have to worry about because it is the bigger chunk of the energy that we have to supply. I'm not saying we should not worry about peak. I'm saying this because for peak, we already have peaking hydropower plants, right? So therefore, the biggest problem that we are facing is with this base load. Now, if you look at these numbers, like I was saying, if we drew a straight line, you will be shocked. The number is, you will come up with is around 900 gigawatt hours or so. The total energy demand, EEC will correct me on this, I do not know the latest numbers, but around 2023, you were looking at a number close to 1,300 gigawatt hours. So you can already see from just that the biggest chunk of this energy consumption of our country is what? Is baseload consumption. And currently it is supported by what? By imports. So therefore, going forward, if we're speaking about energy security, we have to speak about baseload. And the speakers in the panel in the morning have already spoken to these issues to some extent. And therefore, mine perhaps is to emphasize at this point that, and I want to make that emphasis using the graph that is on the right, where we've just picked one day, 24 hours, just to show on average what is happening to the power demand with various hours of the day. And of course, the picture is drawn in such a way that it starts at midnight. So the first hour is the hour between midnight and 1 a.m. And you can see that the power demand on a typical day, this is just picking maybe a typical day or just looking at averages as well. You can see that the power consumption or the power demand is very low during the night hours, but it then begins to rise and you have some of these peaks actually clearly being depicted here. What I want to say about this, because the issue of baseload is also intimately linked to the issue of tariffs. If you are to get a low tariff, then where you have serious room to play is this area. Why do we put it this way? Some of you, because you are not business customers to the power utility, you are not aware of this. For 5 hours in a day, the price actually jumps, the price of electricity. If you're a business customer, you will know this. If you look at your bill, you will actually see that the price between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m., I believe, and then the 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., but there are always seasonal variations to this. The price changes quite dramatically. But during these parts of the day where the demand is very low, the price drops also. And therefore, and since most of the energy, therefore, is being consumed outside these peaks, actually, if we do the crude approximation of how much power is consumed at peak and how much power is consumed outside peak, you will be shocked. The numbers are almost the same. Probably 700 gigawatt hours for the off-peak hours, and then the remainder in that 1,300 or so being what you supply during peak. And these prices are actually being transmitted from where you are buying the electricity, right? So now I want to bring this to the fore because this issue of baseload, therefore, is what we actually do need to focus on that maybe we have neglected in the past. Can we go on to the next slide? And again, this picture is just to summarize what I've said about there being baseload and peak demand and things like that. And as a country, we do have options. And as I've already alluded, if we are to get a relatively, maybe I shouldn't say low tariff because that might be misleading people into thinking we'll get cheaper electricity in the future. Maybe to arrest the rate at which the tariff is increasing. This is where we have serious room to play as a country. And as I've already alluded, out of that 1,300, around 900 is the contribution from that base load. So a big chunk, therefore, of the energy we're consuming is associated with base load. So if we are able to cover base load, we'll be more than halfway through solving our energy problems. I have also alluded to this picture that we have the power system, right? We have customers who plug in, creating demand. Somebody has to sit somewhere and monitor this and keep a balance between your supply and your demand. And if there is an imbalance, load shedding ensues, right? And we're all unhappy with that. So if we do not, therefore, look into this issue of affordability, because you as a consumer, me as a consumer, I want cheap electricity, right? But there are actual costs that you cannot run away from when it comes to this picture. So perhaps, again, let's move on to the next slide. I do now want to get into talking about what, as a country, we have available. This has already been mentioned quite a number of times by various speakers that we do have, and I've deliberately put a picture, I believe that's in Mhlume. I've deliberately put a picture of a sugar mill that's in country. Biomass for electricity generation can really plug a significant amount of that gap. In the panel in the morning, you heard, of course, that with the bagasse part of the story, you have this gap that we have to, with all the stakeholders involved, work around the solution and say, how are we going to extend this? Because while I do not have time to get into the details of classification of power plants themselves, I've always talked about classification of the demand. To supply, you then build power plants, but power plants do not have the same characteristics. You have power plants that traditionally we've considered them to be suitable for base load. And unfortunately, these are the power plants that tend to be polluting. But it doesn't mean that there are no alternatives that are clean to this. And bioenergy, biomass, electricity from biomass is one of these renewables that can actually assist in plugging part of that gap in this country. And the good news about biomass is that some of you are probably not aware that in the sugar industry, where we expect a significant portion of this resource, if you were to look at it carefully, the socio-economic impact of unleashing biomass electricity could be huge. Because if you look at the value chains there, if you look at the players involved, fine, you do have your main estates, being Ubombo Sugar, the MD is here, for instance, today. You also have Rescorp, right? But actually, there are a number of outgrowers that are involved in that. They provide more than 30% of the sugar cane that is milled at these mills. So the impact of that downstream to the individual could be huge. Now, I'm saying this because that sector is already well developed. There is the other part, the timber part, where we can get a significant amount of this resource. Now, if you look at it, there are outgrowers in that sector as well, but they are not as well organized as in the sugar sector, where you have the Sugar Association with the Millers Association and the Outgrower and the Growers Association on one end. In the timber side, we still lack this. So it is therefore a challenge for probably all of us, government in particular, to see what can be done about organizing the timber farmers so that we can increase production of timber residues that can then actually also assist us in this energy space. And again, if you look at the downstream, a lot of people can actually benefit as well economically. And not only this story, the other part of it is the the bigger economy of the country. If you look at it in terms of numbers, the amount being spent on these imports of electricity is huge. So if this begins to play within country, it can have a significant impact as well. So these are some of the sentiments I wanted to share on the biomass story. There's a draft bioenergy policy. I think it will come into force. And then also the regulator is already working on the procurement, which is also good for the biomass story. If we are able to succeed and actually see these projects through, they will plug. in the short term, a significant amount of this gap that we have. The next slide, please. On this, I don't want to say much more because the MD, EEC, the panelists have spoken a bit about that we do have geothermal potential, and the fact that this is actually resilient is a bonus, because if we do the explorations as a country and we find that there are significant amount that can be explored, then it's a great positive for the country if we can have these different technologies working hand in hand. Because also the issue of plugging this gap can also be addressed partially with having multiple resources or multiple technologies that have been deployed into the system. I think when the work that is done in preparing the energy master plan, this is always in the background, to always keep in mind that what is important is a mix of technologies. Because the other thing, they say don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? So if you have this, and actually there is another thing that's quite interesting. These bioenergy systems, let me just go back, not necessarily the slide, but let me just go back to that. What appears might be the case is that we'll have genes. If you have these power plants at different locations, while you may lose a bit on the economies of scale part of things, there is an advantage to that in terms of system losses. Because if your power systems are closer to your population centers or your consumer centers, then automatically the losses will be somewhat subdued by that. So there's an advantage to then the way the system appears might develop. And also, if you look at the areas that warm to hot springs have been observed in the country, that's also distributed. It's all over the country. While maybe the current exploratory work may be focused on certain areas, but the future of geothermal in this country could be huge. And therefore, it is probably a significant thing for us to go out there and explore. We could start with the lower explorations, where maybe even students are involved. Students go and do these surface measurements and things like that at all these different places, so that we have a picture generally at what's at the surface, and then the big money required for drilling and all the luck can come later. Because we're not supposed to talk about energy issues that are affecting us just now. We have to think long term. Power plants have lifespans in the order of tens of years. So it's not something that you build and it's dead by 5 years or so. So you have to really think ahead, 30 years, 40 years if possible. Of course, there's too much uncertainty when you're doing that. But I just want to emphasize that there is need to probably explore all the possible spots, because this is renewable and it is resilient to issues of climate change. Hydro. This has already been mentioned that hydro is already the technology that has been deployed in a serious amount in this country, over 60 megawatts. Of that, slightly over 70 that the utility owns is actually hydropower plants. These power plants are primarily used for providing for the peak load that increased to around 240 megawatts or so. This 60 megawatts plays a critical role in plugging that. But it doesn't mean that we cannot talk about hydro from the context of base load, because there are systems that can run 24/7. The one thing that I probably, because I didn't talk about the characteristics, the typical characteristic or the traditional characteristics of baseload power plants, these are power plants that can operate for extended periods without disruption, generally. You always look for, and actually the aspect of trying to get a lower tariff from baseload power plants is related to the time in which these systems are at optimal capacity or at maximum, are operating at maximum capacity. It is that element that sort of brings the cost of production from them to be comparable to a lot of the other systems. Now, just to also summarize, then I will end with, this is my last slide. Please stay on that slide. The hydro story, I've already mentioned that we can explore all the river basins, study the river flows. So we do need to go out there and actually have physical, tangible data on all our river basins to say, what are the river flows in all these basins that we have? Now, I want to end with this. In thinking about this energy security story, we have to keep in mind that your energy demand is not a constant value. As our lives improve, as our personal economies improve, the rate at which you consume electricity, if you were to look at consumption per household, right now, if you do the national average, is very low. And it's being subdued by the fact that we cannot afford. But as the GDP increases, we will get to a time when the consumption per household is relatively high, increasing demand without necessarily any increase in the number of customers. So therefore, in thinking about this, we have to think about what we have to do now, what we have to do in the medium term, and what we have to do in the long term. And I just want to say that there are futuristic solutions to some of these problems, and storage is appearing to be one of those things that will be very, very important in the future. So therefore, I am happy that the utility actually does have, at the level of solar plant, they actually have, I think, a giant battery there that they use for stabilizing the system, because you are aware that cloud cover affects solar production from solar plants. So batteries become important in balancing that, or if not, it's what Ms. Fagusa said in the morning, that you will then be forced to deploy fast response fossil fuel power plants to support those renewables. So therefore, battery storage, as the prices continue to plummet or to go down, will become very important in the future. The fact that we have started experimenting with it now is a good thing. At the household level, because I probably didn't emphasize something else. At the household level, you also have your own base load. You have your refrigerator plugged in 24/7. So that's your base load as well. Actually, if you have a smart meter, you can in fact look at that data and we can calculate what the base load associated with your household actually is. At the household level, we can also think about solutions, because you and I strain the system in the evenings and in the mornings before we go to work, right? What are the solutions? And that's the time when the price where we are currently buying is very, very high, right? So what can we do about that at the household level to take care of that problem, right? We can do something. Maybe those, I think the banks have started doing this, giving people loans to build solar systems on their homes and things like that. A bit of storage so that during the evening peak, you are still consuming from your own system rather than consuming from the grid will be always a very good investment in terms of probably arresting even the tariff, the electricity tariff going forward. With that, thank you very much, and I will end here. I can speak all days on these issues, so I don't want to continue any further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mavimbela, for a very insightful presentation. Out of curiosity, though, do you have any talents outside of physics? You are robbing us our very own version of Barry White. Please try and... I could hear the voice. Stand accused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving along with our program. It looks and seems as if we should be going for lunch, but ngeke sikwende lokho ngoba siphutile kudla lesinkwa sethu, so sisazama kuvula sikhala sivulela lesinkwa. So we'll just have one more panel discussion and then we will definitely go out for lunch. Again, I'm about to present a man who needs no introduction. He's a distinguished environmental specialist and passionate about advocate for sustainable environmental management practices. With over a decade of experience in environmental compliance, monitoring and policy development, Mr. Mapanga has dedicated his career to addressing the pressing environmental challenges facing Eswatini. His expertise spans across sectors including waste management, climate change adaptation, and environmental health, making him a valuable contributor to discussions on sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may we please give a huge and warm round of applause for Mr. Mxolisi Mapanga. Uyeva nje nawe Mapanga lesingisi sami ukuthi ngiyakuzama.
Thank you very much. Preparing for this panel discussion, maybe let me start with riding on the protocol that has already been observed today. But I read something very interesting, I think 2 days ago, when I was preparing for this panel discussion, and it was something which grabs my thought. What I read was, if we were to harness the energy from the sun for a day, we will probably, theoretically, could sustain our energy needs currently for 54 billion days. Just read it. Just read it. If we were to harness it for 24 hours, all the energy output from the sun, we will harness our energy needs today for 54 billion days, equating to 150 million years. Mr. Musei said something very interesting. Because it seems impossible doesn't really mean it's impossible. It's possible. But just food for thought. Have that in your mind. We are here to actually talk about a very interesting conversation today. And it's a very insightful discussion. And with me here today, well, I would not be alone. It would not be that much insightful. We have several speakers. And I will ensure that my speakers are well balanced. The panel is balanced. We have an agrometeorologist who's a climate finance coordinator under the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Basically, she has very good technical skills which are translating climate data into actionable insights, enabling communities to make informed decisions in the face of climate challenges, considering the intersection of climate science and sustainable finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow and clap hands for Ms. Lindoguhle Dlamini to come up on stage. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, ladies first. We have a head of climate coverage and transactional banking, Ms. Alabi. She is a distinguished executive within the finance industry with experience that spans over 22 years. In her role at Standard Bank, she has been instrumental in evaluating and supporting energy and infrastructure projects. Awesome for like. Her experience encompasses the structuring of sustainability-linked finance deals that are increasingly pivotal in advancing renewable energy initiatives, public-private partnerships, and reducing Eswatini's carbon footprint. Her leadership and commitment to sustainable development have positioned her as a key figure in championing the just energy transition for Eswatini. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you clap hands for Ms. Lomkhosi Alabi. ladies and gentlemen, here to ensure that the scales are balanced. We have a managing director of Ubombo Sugar, who's a seasoned business leader with demonstrated ability to lead significant growth and business turnaround initiatives over his 30 years of corporate experience, both in Eswatini and in the Republic of South Africa. He has a rich understanding of project development in the energy sector, having been involved in development of renewable projects in South Africa and Eswatini, both as an investor and a developer. This distinguished panelist is a member of the Council of Eswatini Sugar Association, the Vice President of Trade and Commerce for Business Eswatini, and the Non-Executive Director of the Eswatini Water Agricultural Development Enterprise, ESWADE. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Moses Siaya. I think we have it tough because we are here to talk about a topic where it's a topic about the economies of renewable energy in developing countries, and we are transitioning not just into the renewable industry, but we must have just transition. I learned something very new today. The transition must be just. So we can't just finance something which is not just. So my panelists here today will have to ensure that they do give us that outlook of just transition to renewable energy in Eswatini. Mr. Siaya, last in, first out. So I'll start with you. You know, I think I want to look at it in terms of someone who's already in the industry. We've seen presentations yet done today that Ubombo Sugar is already in the renewable energy space. It's co-generation and it's doing a great job. And I think I read something that you want to expand. But I really want you to explain something in terms of to compare the investment landscape of the renewable energy in Eswatini and maybe in South Africa. What can you maybe tell the audiences about that, if you were to compare the two?
Okay, thank you. Firstly, good afternoon to the audience, and thank you to EEC for extending the invitation, and thank you for having such a lively, energetic moderator, showing the right levels of energy very late in the day. Okay, so let me respond to the question. If you compare the two landscapes, I think we have to talk about the South African energy landscape in the context of the REAP program. What is the renewable, it's commonly referred to as REAP, but the full name is Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program. That is state-sponsored, government-sponsored. And they've had, I think, 6 rounds, started around 2014, 2015. And it's been widely recognized to be probably the best triple P initiative in the continent, and most likely in the world, where there's been very effective public and private sector collaboration. So if you look at that landscape, the main difference, and I'll come to our landscape shortly, is how well structured that program was designed. And because it was well structured, it was able to attract private sector investment into the program. And typically, and I'm wearing my private sector hat today, unfortunately, and it's good because you've got climate activists here and financiers, so I've got to represent the guys with the profit motive. So because the program was so well designed, it was able to attract a lot of international investment and domestic investment. And the key features of the design was that there was political will in terms of using the appropriate policy instruments to set up the program. But more amplified by the fact that government set up a separate office called the DOE, Department of Energy IPP office, managed by very competent professionals. And that was the political will to say, we will run this thing as a separate program, appropriately resourced by the right people, and then support that with appropriate policy instruments to ensure that. So that's one distinctive factor. I think the second major one is obviously this. South Africa is a very well-developed capital and debt market. So to a large extent, they were able to mobilize private sector funding in the country. Yeah, even though it's expensive, I must say. South African funding is not that cheap either. My colleague on the right will maybe disagree, but they do have well-developed debt markets. When you come to our side, we have a regulator and a very effective and good utility. And I think the regulator has punched above its weight, given the limited resources. So the resources in funding our renewable drives in the country are not the same, both in terms of expertise and empowering the regulator to be able to have the right resources to easily and quickly implement the programs. We obviously don't have debt markets. The banks in the country work on what's called single limit obligations. They can't borrow above a certain amount, and then they have to leverage the South African banks for funding. That increases the cost of developing projects. But I think those are the material differences if I compare the two landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I do have a follow-up question, but I'll ask Ms. Lomkhosi, on Ms. Alabi on this follow-up question. Based on what we just heard right now, and looking at the financing models, are there any financing models domesticated for our markets in the banking industry? Especially maybe you can talk about Standard Bank.
Okay, thank you. And all protocol observed, and I have to agree with Mr. Siaya in terms of the energetic moderator, at this point in time. And I also want to report him to Mr. Tabete that at the gym, he has never said hello until yesterday when we had to when we had to engage on the moderation. So I said to him, please do not be scared when you see other human beings at the gym. We train together, yeah? So I just wanted, that as an aside to report him. Just to get back into context in terms of the financing models that we have, and I think if I heard your question correctly, you asked me, if we have the appropriate models, for us in Eswatini, in Africa as well. And I'll answer the question twofold. I'll answer it in the context of what Mr. Siaya actually indicated around the fact that the way we're structured as banks, we are structured with single obligor limits, and these limits indicate what it is that we can lend out, to a client or to a particular industry, ensuring that we are within the required risk parameters that we can take in that particular industry or that particular sector. So just from a localization perspective, that is one of the limitations that is there, but that is one of the structures that enables us, to finance transactions. In terms of the optimal structuring, obviously we're not optimally structured for the fact that if we have to go out and look for funding elsewhere, in South Africa, once we've exhausted our single obligor limit, right? Obviously that is funding that's much pricier. But what we've done as Standard Bank is that we understand that also in terms of the magnitude of the projects that are on the ground, we are not going to be able to do them by ourselves, as Standard Bank. So we have also developed partnerships with the DFIs, your DBSAs, your United Kingdom Export Finance, and a number of them to indicate that we are in the game, we are all in for the skin in this game, and we can collaborate and we can work with each other. So that's the approach that we've actually taken on, you know, as a bank. We understand the magnitude of what it is that needs to be done around energy security in the country. We also understand the requirements in terms of resourcing as well. So we've also gone out and said that we're not going to do it by ourselves. We will do it with DFIs. We will do it as well with other local banks, because it is important for us first and foremost to be empowering the local economy, you know, before we move out externally. So we also do risk participations where we actually collaborate with other banks as well, locally.
No, thank you very much. And I think it's very important, because we also need to find a way to see that are our policies in line, so that they can also be able to assist the banks, to assist the private sector, the industry, in terms of banking. Muslim course, indeed, it's your time, you know. But my question maybe for you, Muslim course, Lindoguhle. Sorry. You know, when you talk about money, you think of a banker. Ms. Lindoguhle, assist us here. Are there any enabling policies which assist industry, would assist the banking sector, you know, any individual at home, in terms of transitioning into renewable energy?
Thank you, moderator. May I be allowed to observe all protocol and greet you all? Thank you for that question. For me, maybe I won't mention all the other policies that have already been talked about, including the energy policy, the master plan in the energy sector. Probably just ride into the climate change perspective. We have the National Determined Contribution, the NDC, which is our overarching framework in terms of the country's commitments towards mitigation and adaptation of climate change. So there we have the country strategies that includes all sectors, including the energy sector. For instance, in our NDC, we have the target for the energy sector to increase the share of renewable energy by 50% by 2030. So it's one of the strategies towards climate change mitigation in our National Determined Contribution, our NDC. Also noting that to achieve those strategies, in addition to technology transfer and capacity building, we need climate finance. We have developed a climate finance strategy currently, which is near completion, which seeks to provide that enabling framework, including all sectors, energy included, to provide that framework for development in a sustainable manner, considering climate change. As well, we have the long-term emission strategy, our LTLEDs, which now provide that long-term strategy towards sustainable development as well. So currently we have those frameworks or policies in the climate change sphere. Thank you.
I think that's very important, because I think we need to give the investor, you know, we need to give the private sector confidence, and it must come from our government, you know. But whilst I'm still with you, Lindoguhle, you know, one speaker, Mr. Musenyi, talked about the global climate finance, you know, and I was asking myself, I wonder how are we tapping into that as a country, you know? Possibly, how can the private sector also tap into that, you know? Because one of the questions Mr. George Wachira talked about was, where do we get the finance, you know, to ensure this just transition into renewable energy? Are we doing anything in terms of tapping into funds like the Green Climate Fund?
Thank you for that, Mr. Mapanga. Yes, indeed. As he mentioned, the Green Climate Fund, which is the GCF. I think he also mentioned that in other countries it's housed in certain ministries. In our country, The interaction with the GCF is through the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, where we have the national focal point, the national designated authority being the principal secretary in the ministry. So that is the interaction with the GCF in terms of in-country, whereby the national designated authority is in charge of mobilizing those funds through interactions with different ministries, including the private sector, because one of the funding modalities for GCF, we have the private sector funding window, which focuses more on consensual loans targeting the private sector and introducing some de-risking mechanisms to attract private sector investment. We also have different funding windows which different institutions can tap into. For instance, we have the readiness window, whereby countries are assisted in preparation for bigger projects or in preparation for accessing bigger funds for bigger projects, whereby you find that an entity is not yet ready to implement a project because they don't have certain policies in place. So we have that readiness window, which seeks to capacitate those institutions to develop those policies, have them in place, and strengthen capacities which are lacking, improve coordination, for instance, things like that, prepare the institutions to tap into more funds. And of course, we have the other funding modalities, whereby countries, they can now access funds for implementing tangible projects on the ground.
Oh, that was a lot. But thank you very much, Lindo Guhle. I think, Mr. Siaya, you must be happy, you must be smiling. Lindo Guhle should be your next best friend. She actually is the climate finance coordinator. So maybe for you to upscale what you do at Ubombo, you need Ms. Lindo Guhle on your side. You know, she's talking about state of readiness now. So maybe you need to give her all your documents to say, are we ready for this finance? But maybe whilst I'm with you, Mr. Siaya, my question would be on, you know, because one would think the transition will be nice and all, and you're already in the sector. What challenges are there? What are the challenges in terms of transitioning into the issues of renewable energy?
Good question. Yeah. So if I wear the private sector hat again, and certainly in the context of leading Ubombo, there's a couple of challenges. And in fact, before I respond, I must say that one of those challenges was sufficiently mitigated by EEC when we first ventured into cogeneration. So in 2010, when we were undertaking an expansion project to be able to crush all the sugar you see around Spofaneni, as part of that expansion, we had the opportunity to export excess power. So that's the first time we went into cogeneration. So we've been in the game for about 14 years now. And Dogozo and the CEO did not exist at that time. There was no regulator, so it was EEC. So it was a direct deal between Ubombo and EEC. And in the global context, that's called the refit model, where that's just a feed-in tariff, potential risk for excessive prices because there's no regulator, but there's also other mechanisms that you can put in place to ensure that the consumers don't pay excessively because it's not a competitive process. So that process was undertaken in a very professional contracting manner. But at that very same point, one of the challenges was the cost of providing that power to EEC. And EEC at that time, I think they were wealthy barons around that time, they had a lot of money on their balance sheet, was able to pay Ubombo a substantial amount, not a substantial amount, but a fairly reasonable amount upfront to bring the tariff down. And that amount was going to be amortized over time. Hence, we're able to do the first project. And herein lies the challenge that most developers face, or private sector players. So we've already spoken about the cost of capital, and I think some of the earlier speakers touched extensively on that. So these projects are capital intensive, whether it's hydro, whether it's biomass, whether it's renewable. Just the capex requirements are heavy. And you find that the structuring says that 70%, for them to be bankable, 70% of that amount must come from my colleague on the right, debt. So it must be debt. And then 30% typically is equity. That's a big ask for projects that run into billions, because that equity has to come from the sponsor. Whether an individual or a company, you've got to take 30% of that amount. So the cost of capital is quite prohibitive. And because we are private sector people, if we leave the money in the bank, Standard Bank gives me, or Net Bank, or whichever bank, you'll get, on fixed deposit, you'll get 8-7%, but without the risk. The cost of capital to develop the projects ranges from 12 to 13%. So that already means that your IRR, your return as an investor, must be above 13%. That also influences the tariff that you charge to the off-taker. And they in turn determine what must be charged to the consumer. So that cost of capital, which the UN resident rightfully touched on, is one of the challenges. How you structure, how the policies enable that, how the banks support us to come up with clever financing instruments. The second one is capacity. In other markets, and capacity refers to both resources in this context, both resources as well as a supporting policy environment. Very difficult to develop these projects if you don't have capacity. And I say this respectfully, you need very skilled people on the private sector side to be able to design the project, optimize the cost, and make sure that you are selling something that's of good quality. On the counter side, which could be EC or the regulator, the main actors effectively, capacity is important, because when they don't have capacity, the projects are delayed. When you miss an opportunity to implement timelessly, a year can have a 5 or 6% increase in costs. So there are windows that you must take advantage of. Last month, we didn't have the Trump administration behaving the way it is now. 30 days later, if we are still debating when to implement the project because you've got capacity constraints, the cost shoots up. She charges more, I have to charge more, and the consumer charges more. So the speed and the agility, because of capacity constraints, is one of the challenges. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that gets me to you, Ms. Alabi. The financial risk, I think possibly they are the same with what Mr. Siaya was saying, but which financial risk, primary financial risk, do the banks consider? And if someone here sitting here thinking, I want to start solar energy and providing energy to EEC, what are the primary risks you would, as a bank, you would look at? And basically, how would you assist that person at home today sitting, or the industry, to say, listen, before you come to us, look at this and this. We will assist you mitigate them, but what are those, maybe one or two of those primary risks?
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Mapranga. And I think what we also have to have the clarity on is the different businesses, in terms of the fact that, if you're an SME, what you're looking at is different to what Mr. Siaya is actually looking at, as far as his business. And I'll have to start, maybe from the large scale, where we just have to first look at, the buyer-seller risk. The first thing we need to understand, is there an off-taker, in terms of this electricity, that's being produced. In our case in Eswatini, at least, we know that, EEC is an off-taker, but of course we need those off-taker agreements, to actually be in place. And then in the course, where there's actually a default, is the government there, as a backer, for this particular debt. I think, a point in case right now is the tariff that has actually increased. and the tariff that's actually increased, we are feeling it as consumers in the pocket. However, there's also the other side of it to look at it to say that EEC as well is also going to feel it in the sense that if they don't generate the profits that they actually need to generate, could we see an EEC that is underwater down the line? You know, that's a reality in terms of the risk. So as bankers, those are some of the questions that we are asking ourselves, you know, at this particular juncture, and how to actually manage that risk and how to help our client manage that risk and how to also mitigate that risk as well. And so I'll come back now to an SME. So you've got Mr. Mapanga, he's started his business, and to what Mr. Sia indicated, we come in as banks, we want the equity, you know, there's the debt component, there's the cash flow issues in terms of the fact that he needs to be running this particular business. So some of the risks that, you know, are there for us is in terms of the repayment, in terms of that ability to repay. But, you know, that being said, you know, as banks, we are also solution oriented, you know, as far as those risks are concerned. And why I'll say to you we're solutions oriented is that we're also looking at models such as lease models as well, you know, to say, how do we work with that small and medium enterprise to actually provide a lease model that will enable them to actually have their cash flows, execute their business, but also have the energy security that they actually need as well. So I just think, you know, just those are just a couple of them, you know, just for us to actually highlight just some of the risks that we actually see, and also how we work to mitigate with our clients as well, and also to mitigate the risk, you know, for the bank. Because when you come, Mr. Mapanga, and you're wanting your money, which is depositors' money, yes, you know, in the bank, I have to remember that, you know, when we're actually taking the money out to the projects that we're actually taking on.
No, thank you, Mr. Labi. I think I do appreciate the fact that there are risks and you are solution-oriented, you know, so Emaswati will be very pleased, and as a developing country, that we don't just send you back, we want to assist you so that you can then be able to provide such assistance in terms of renewable energy in those issues. Maybe Lindoguhle, they are touching on something that makes me think, because everyone, even Mr. Shaya talked about it, that before the regulator came into play in the energy space, they partnered up with EEC, you know, easily, and sold electricity for exports. But maybe can I ask something? Are government policies enabling private public partnerships?
Yes, they are, in the sense that we need the capital from the private sector, yes, as an investment in such projects. So we develop the policies in such a way that they will include that attraction from the private sector. We also, when we're developing some projects, we include the private sector engagement strategies such that they are embedded in the project development. So when we are now developing the project, we include those mechanisms, as I've mentioned before, that de-risking mechanisms. Also, there are those mechanisms such as the blended finance, yes, that will attract the private sector. So currently we are trying to improve that engagement. For instance, we have a project currently that seeks to enable Eswatini Bank and Eswatini Environment Authority to directly access funds from the GCF. So as one of those activities from that project, we'll have the two entities engaging with the private sector, potential partners, presenting areas of collaboration. So those are some of the things that we're exploring.
Thank you very much, Lindoguhle. So indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as you can hear, there are opportunities in terms of financing this transition. We just have to be readily available for all. Maybe, Mr. Shaya, before maybe we get to a close of this discussion, I think something of importance, I think Dr. Mavimbela mentioned something, socio-economic benefits of transitioning into renewable energy. And a lot of people outside there are afraid, you know. One of the things that they're afraid of is, in terms of renewable energy, they're thinking loss of jobs, you know. What's your take in terms of really being in the space? Is that, what's happening to the economy? Are there benefits of actually transitioning, and not just transitioning, just transitioning into the renewable energy space?
Thank you, Mr. Mapanga. Okay, again, you have to locate this in context. So when we are talking large-scale renewable energy projects at the level of Fubombo, 1.5 billion, 40 megawatts, that's really big. And then you obviously have the residential component, which is really designed to reduce demand to the grid, the things that we use at home. Yeah. So I'm locating my response to the large-scale energy projects. So in our country, we're importing. So the balance of exchange is a problem. Yeah. Electricity is one of our biggest costs of imports. So if you generate domestically, you automatically improve your balance of exchange. Yeah? That's one. So we need to encourage domestic generation, and I don't know how much Ernest and team import, but it's in the billions. So that becomes localized. We reduce our green gas footprint because the power import is generated from coal in South Africa. So automatically we inherit that. In the case of our project at full scale, the one that we are currently in a confidential bid process with the SERA on, is that the immediate impact is a reduction of about 10,500 CO2 emissions. And this is biomass, which we still have a couple of emissions. You can imagine the impact on hydro and solar, which is pure green. So the reduction in the greenhouse emissions footprint is quite important. Coming to the socio-economic developments, and I'm now speaking, having been involved also in the South African context. And one of the areas I think we need to improve on in our rounds of procuring from the public, in the South African context, there's almost a hard and fast rule that, you will have to do this for the rural communities and the areas where you build these projects. In the case of Ubombo, our planned project will probably generate about 600 new jobs during construction. And in the value chain, it obviously sustains the growers and everybody else involved in the delivery of the biomass to our factories. But there's also a benefit, of course, to the growers in the beneficiation of the product that they give us. They share a bit in whatever we sell to the grid. But I think most importantly, this transition will impact jobs. Yeah, so there's a need to reskill and upgrade people to do certain things. So I think corporates or project sponsors need to be wary of how they don't lead to a job discussion process by reskilling people. And as far as possible, those profits, a bit of them need to be shared with the communities where these projects are. Value-driven businesses should be doing that voluntarily, but I think there's a need for the regulator to ensure enforcement that those benefits do flow to the communities in which these projects are located. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Mr. Siyabonga, now it will create 600 jobs. But I liked when you said we need to transition ourselves because we need to relearn ourselves. We need to reskill ourselves. So, we need to transition, So, degree and learn new skills, One person has said the illiterates of the 21st century are not those that can't read and write, but are those that can't relearn. So let's not be the illiterates of the 21st century. Maybe, Ngenanje, I think what I loved about what Mr. Sia said, I'm looking at the long-term economic benefits of renewable energy. But I just want to ask Mr. Labi, in terms of, you know, beyond, looking just beyond the financial considerations of the bank, you know, does the bank play any role in terms of renewable energy projects which you would fund, or which maybe you can tell the audience that, have you funded any of the projects? Do you contribute to looking at the long-term economic and environmental sustainability of such fundings, you know?
Thank you. Thank you. I have to say that Mr. Mapanga really has us up on our toes here. He really has us on our toes, and I like his level of thinking in terms of the frame, reframe, the learn and unlearn, you know, as well, just as an aside, in terms of us, yeah. And for us, I think within Standard Bank, Mr. Mapanga, we are championing energy security. I want you to hear my words. We are championing energy security. And as a bank, we have told ourselves that we want to be at the forefront of this. We saw it as a new frontier. In 2019, when ESERA was also still, you know, putting everything together, our CEO actually mandated us to actually get out into the field and understand what's happening, you know, within energy security. And we are so excited that, you know, this year we didn't know whether we would have any proof points as far as the energy indaba that we're going to be hosting for the 3rd year. But we were able to land the Lower Makuduza project, the 13.5 megawatts. We were the lead arranger for that project, obviously in collaboration with Old Mutual, PSPF, and ACED and a few other partners. So for us, it gives us the boldness, it gives us the courage. And when I say it gives us the boldness, it gives us the courage to say to Mr. Siaya, we are open for business, and we look forward to the opportunities, you know, of pitching for some of those businesses as well. And so from the second part of your question, in terms of the environmental sustainability and also our contribution as far as that's concerned as Standard Bank, we also pride ourselves as a bank in terms of the clean and the just energy transition as well. We are conflicted, you know, from the perspective that we understand that from a baseload perspective, we have the coal as a country. We could actually be using that, you know, in terms of ensuring that we bring that baseload, you know, up and about. But just from a group perspective, our mandate is actually to finance clean energy within Eswatini, within the group as well. So as far as that's concerned, we are playing our role, you know, as far as being environmentally aware, and following the governance as well. And if I go into the governance, when we go into these projects, we've also come into the point where there's now the ESG, the sustainability reports that actually have to be gone into, where we've also had to be going into an education process, you know, within the companies that we work with, to indicate that for us to be able to finance, these are the things that need to be followed in terms of us being able to actually deliver projects that address the economic, the social, and the environmental issues that we face, you know, as a country. We are in it for the legacy of the economy. As Standard Bank, we're in it for the legacy of the nation and the environment, as well as preserving it for generations to come. So we are definitely invested in that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been told that the load base for our audiences will not last more than 5 minutes from now. So we need to be able to ensure that it's sustained for them to go to lunch. But maybe just one last jab to all my speakers, starting with you, Lindokuhle. What are the future outlooks, you know? And this question goes across, so that, and sorry to my audiences, I know you want to engage, do engage during lunch. I won't be able to give you this opportunity right now, but maybe from there we will then have further engagements. We can, through Mr. Themba Twala, we can continue with our engagements. But Ms. Lindokuhle, future outlooks from government perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Mapanga. Maybe just to be encouraged from my colleague on my left that they are indeed passionate about the environment. As a government and the ministry, for us, we are looking into upscaling climate finance access for projects in the country, including renewable energy projects. For instance, we are looking into greening the finance sector as a whole. We have just completed a project where we're working with the Central Bank and UNDP. We have developed a taxonomy that seeks to guide financial institutions on how to create and implement in their operations in terms of accessing projects to see if they are environmentally friendly. So it is quite encouraging that Standard Bank is also working on that one as well. We are also implementing the project whereby we are supporting Eswatini Bank and Eswatini Environment Authority to access funds directly from GCF. So this will also improve climate finance access in the country, whereby different institutions, they can work with either the bank in terms of accessing loans, or they can work with EEA in terms of grants in order to implement environmental climate change projects in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Alabi?
Thank you. Now that I'm standing between lunch, we just want to reiterate, our excitement of being in the journey. We understand that this is a journey that the country is on in terms of creating energy security and enabling energy in Eswatini. And I think for me, it's also to indicate that we are able to help structure, the transactions. We're able to help identify suitable structures, for our partners as well. And we look forward to working with personal businesses, people, individuals, SMEs, and the big corporates as well. So we're open for business.
Mr. Siaya, the banks are open for business. Let me just...
Clearly, looks like. Okay, way forward was the question, right?
Yeah.
Let's increase the public-private sector collaboration with an emphasis on problem solving as opposed to enforcement of administrative obligations. So the parties must sit, especially amid an environment where you've got rising tariffs, etc. I think a closer collaboration between private and public sector is essential. Whilst I appreciate Standard Bank and their commitment to financing, I think we need smarter instruments. Banks typically compete, and when they compete, the cost goes up or it comes down. People say competition is good for prices, but in project finance, not necessarily so. We would like to see the banks, especially in small markets like ours, come together to develop smarter financing instruments. In our case, we obviously don't have the liquidity to have big billions, but the banks working together can make the cost of this transition even far more cheaper. For example, green bonds with a very standardized process, almost an agreed interest rate to help control the tariff, and they make their profit and everybody goes home smiling. But I think they need to optimize that. And then I think that the third and most important process around the just transition is the agility. We as the private sector are increasingly frustrated. Whilst there's enabling policies, etc., we are, and if you compare the two jurisdictions, South Africa and us, I think our pace of implementing critical projects around energy security is not at the pace that we require. Thank you.
No. Thank you very much. I think from government's perspective, we need to have enabling policies. We really need to have enabling policies which also allow for partnerships, and maybe also to just as a point of departure, Thank you, Standard Bank, for being a champion. And from what just Mr. Siaya just said, continuing championing this with other banks, you know, so that for eMaswati, it's affordable, you know, so that we can be able to have a just transition. I went to Japan, and what I found was, if you are connected to renewable energy, actually you are paying more than a person who's on fossil fuels. And my question was why? It was the issue of the transition. It was at a very high cost. So I think if we don't want to get to such a level as Eswatini, but we want to have energy as a need, you know, for Onke eMaswati. And Mr. Siaya, continue doing your job, continuing inspiring other industries to actually venture into renewable energy. You guys have space, you have roofs, you have car parks, and you can utilize and absorb the energy from the sun. We don't want to have issues of, and I'm not sure if I'm using it right, stranded assets. Because that's the word I was investigating it also. I was like, stranded assets. How can assets be stranded, you know? I'm ready for them. But you'll have your building as a stranded asset. Use it profitably for yourselves and for the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our panel discussions. I would like to thank my panelists. Very vibrant discussion. Maybe we'll have this discussion later on. Beautiful discussion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my panelist, moderator. Ngicela sibashayele ntandla. Please leave one for my co-host or host. It's very important that nase kwendeke timvo letikaso bese nase sime kanjena wo aje ukuthi thishela wami sokulunga ne-exam. Worth mentioning Nkosi yami ati ekhaya kusekwendeke inkinga la leliviki leliphelele bengaphamalat so nangibuya ngabaphathela something yakaphamalat kani kulela bengika SUB ngabaphathela sinkwa ngathi noma khona ningilungise kwasa unit nyanyana nje lengavela nako ekhaya ngidla ngamandla ngicela ningilungisele
ndakufunela ipen ndakufunela ipen ungahlupheki
bafuna lokhu kwalakhaya hayi noma ngabe yini kwel unit anyanyana nje ngifuna okunganani ngidawucela kwekuthi thishela wami usale unginiketa imibuto so that we can just see kwekuthi were you guys paying attention. You could already sense and see kwekuthi Mr. Mapanga's energy isho kona ukuthi sesiya lunch. That's what happens when you come from Japan.
That's a good one. Ngicela kubuta my fellow students kokuthi engabe kuma build up events lesinawo that are upcoming in preparation for the Earth Hour. Ngumaphi nje lamabili longangipha wona. Utawuthola ibonus ke nawe utangishela nekuthanini. This excludes EEC employees and stakeholders.
Nitawukhetha ke noyithu ukuthi ngimuphi lo tawo phendvula. Okay.
Thank you. It's school awarenesses kusuka from 24 February ayofika kumhla 21 March. Then we also have the green walks, which are cleanup campaigns figure up to the 15th of March.
Wow. Wona uthi 21 March ma awareness. What did you say?
Phinza ngasibaya kumakela.
Yeah.
Ngifuna bona ukuthi ngifaka half noma ngiyaligcwalisa leli mali lami.
Ma cleanup campaigns.
You know the school awareness raising.
I might have recorded wrong here, but yeah.
No, it's correct. I was just testing you.
Uyahlola thishela lapho. Ngiyambona futhi nalaba laceleni bayamtshela bayamcoacha bamkopisa so yabona nje ukuthi umfana lo ngakopi ufela edeskini
Ngicela siphinde simshayele tandla. That was a good one. Ngiyakhomba ukuthi silalele. One last one. What is the Earth Hour theme for this year? What is the Earth Hour theme for this year?
Khululekani ku nase umdzala kuti answer le wrong. Awubuka ngala. Yes. Hayi baba phamsela. Ngila. Ngibonile ukuthi kunesandla la. Siyenge lady ngale so asisi gentleman ngala. Siya balance ama renewable energies.
It's creating the biggest hour for Earth.
Then uphinzele.
Creating the biggest hour for Earth.
Ndakupha leli maki. Create the biggest hour for Earth. Ngicela simshayele tandla. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, ngidawucela Mr. Peggy Mota to come forward for the vote of thanks and presentation of gifts.
Thank you, Maga. I won't waste time because I'm just standing between lunch. For me, thank you very much, organizers. Thanks to the team who organized. Thanks to all of our colleagues, the presenters, speakers, and all our panelists. Thank you very much. So that I don't waste time, can I call all the presenters to come up forward and all our panelists to come up forward, all of them, and all our moderators to come up front. And then I'll then request MD to come and present the gifts to them. All our moderators, all our panelists, all our presenters, can they all come up, please? Thank you. As they are coming up, we are going to hand over the gifts. And Program Director, you may be playing some.
On the floor. That was beautiful. Siyabonga kakhulu ngicela sithi shayele tandla. Yeah, so many complexities where climate justice is concerned. Siyathemba ukuthi solutions will keep on brewing. Ndosh.
No, mina ngifundzela okuningi kakhulu. I come from let's just say medical background and ngibonile namhla ukuthi kusekuthe lapho khona kunetimvu lekufuna stende letine kakhulu nje ngifuna ukuthi ngisale ngiba nebangani labasha ngiyambona Mr Maphanga ngoba ngiyava ukuthi uyahamba so ngifuna ukuva ukuthi ngingahamba kanjani nami bese I think I also want to be friends with Mr Sidmo. Is Mr Sidmo Edmo Stedmore. I think I want to be friends with Mr. Stedmore. The way he was dropping bars and he was not reading anywhere and he was quoting was 66 kilowatt. What? Ngibonile ukuthi uyabona lapha lendvodza leyayati kakhulu inju lapcopo. Nangabe niyamati noma nangabe kukhona Nkosi yami lokukhona lekhaya ngicela nibongitshela manje sale sendi cross pollination nje thathe lama brains ngoba hayi la kimi kude. Yes, ndla ngamandla.
Yeah, no. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of EEC to the organizing committee, to the partners and stakeholders, our esteemed guests, Siyabonga kakhulu Sibanesami Hotel, for making this event a resounding success. Cela sishayele tandla one more time. Sesikhathi sami sa 1 meal a day njengoba bengishito I'm on a diet.
It's your time to shine.
Ngiyaloke ngiyofista angifuna umfangitshele ukuthi iplate lami lize linthaba ngisabona ngale ayijajani bekunene bengishito ngaveda. Thank you so much. Until next time.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Nami sengithatha tinsambo nje kulandla ngamandla. And thank you for gracing this symposium. Sibonga kakhulu ne organizing team lapho emuva. Siyanibonga Nkosi yami, you really made this day a very huge success. Nawe. So ungabuka lo lapha eceleni kwakho ukuthi it was nice to be here. Mtshele nyalo. Sengiyambuka lo, it was nice to be here ngoba bake bangibita ngala emdutshane ngayihamba ngalelo kerubi ngathi tshela makhelwane ukuthi it's nice to be here bangibuka bonke. So ladies and gentlemen, ngathi kufuna kube ngimi lo vala ngemthandazo ndawucela kwekuthi sale senda njalo and bow our heads, making sure kwekuthi at the back of our head we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are definitely going to be creating the biggest hour for Earth this year. Singakhohlwa lokho. Asesibaweni ke. Heavenly Father, thank you for this wonderful and amazing day. Nanyalo sesihamba Nkosi sicela ukuthi kube nguwe nje losibusisako uzivulele netindlela. Nkosi siyacela kwekuthi nalena ekudleni nakhona letandla letikwakhile lokudla umane utibusise nathi ke Nkosi lesendabo 1 meal a day. Ngicela ukuthi uvule ama appetite. Singabi tempted ukuthi siphinze sidle nzambama ngegama lika Jesu Kristu. Amen.
Amen.
Ngiyacela ukuthi nihambeni kahle.
Dawucela ama ushers ngabe sibheka phi